Chapter 699. In the dazzling hall, human figures were scattered about, each taking their own seats. On the main seat, Jian Ming, who was wearing a golden robe, was standing. At this moment, Jian Ming was slowly raising his pair of eyes that were filled with golden light. His emotionless gaze swept past everyone in the hall. Finally, it stopped on a white-robed young man. This person was the heir of the Zhuo clan, Zhuo Lin. Nephew Zhuo Lin, according to what you said, Xiao Yan disappeared in front of your eyes? Jian Ming's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Zhuo Lin, who was still standing with his head held high under his gaze. After a few breaths, he finally opened his mouth and asked in a low voice. The moment Jian Ming's words fell, the other people in the hall also turned their gazes over. Bai Ying was still fine, and his expression did not change much. On the other hand, the people from the other two clans turned their gazes towards Jian Ming in unison. Everyone's faces were exceptionally gloomy. Sect leader, you must not listen to this brat's nonsense. This matter must have been arranged by the Zhuo clan and the Bai clan together. Their goal is to suppress our two clans. Sect leader, you must not, did I ask you? However, just as a purple-robed old man from the two clans stood up and was about to speak, Jian Ming, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the purple-robed old man with a dark and cold expression. The tone of his words was even more shocking. Following Jian Ming's reprimand, the purple-robed old man also sat back down heavily on his seat with a face full of unwillingness. His old face was filled with deep resentment. After a long while, he finally buried his head deeply. A pair of shriveled hands under his sleeves suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. On the seat beside him, a middle-aged man in a black robe had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. From time to time, his gaze would look at the people from the Bai clan and the Zhuo clan sitting opposite him. Killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes. This person was the current head of the Huo clan, Huo Xianrui. The purple-robed old man sitting beside him was the supreme elder of the Sun family, Sun Ji. The deaths of Huo Tianyi, Huo Ba, and Sun Shua could be said to have shaken the foundations of these two large clans. The two clans each had a 3-star Do Di and a 1-star late-stage Do Di. This kind of lineup could be said to be in existence that could do whatever they wanted in the entire western region. However, these three people, whose strength had already reached such an extent, had actually died miserably in the remains. Moreover, the ones who had returned alive from their journey with them were actually people from the other two large clans. This kind of result caused one to have difficulty not feeling suspicious in one's heart. Apart from Zhuo Lin and Bai Ying, there were no other witnesses. This meant that only the two of them knew what had happened in the ruins. They could say whatever they wanted to say to outsiders. As a result, the words of the two families were the least trustworthy. Jian Ming was naturally aware of this point in his heart. However, when he heard Xiao Yan's name from Zhuo Lin's mouth, some doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. If all of this was related to Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would really have to listen carefully. Jian Ming only slowly shifted his gaze away after seeing Sun Ji return to his seat. Immediately, his gaze paused on Huo Xianrui by the side. A cold glint that was difficult to detect flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, he once again looked at Zhuo Lin. The expression in his eyes swiftly recovered to normal. However, his face still appeared dark and cold. Zhuo Lin, tell me everything that you saw that day. Jian Ming spoke faintly. At the same time, his body gently leaned back and leaned against the seat. His eyes were half narrowed as he stared at Zhuo Lin. Only when he heard that did Zhuo Lin raise his head. He seemed to have just heard Jian Ming's words and seemed to have been intimidated by the latter's aura. Zhuo Lin slowly stood up and swept his gaze across everyone present. The moment his gaze met Bai Ying's, the latter could clearly see a trace of coldness in Zhuo Lin's eyes. It seemed to be a threat, a request, or a neither servile nor overbearing feeling. So there are times when you're afraid, Bai Ying sneered inside when he saw this. Although Zhuo Lin wanted to kill him in the ruins that day, both of them were not in their best condition at that time. If they fought, it would not benefit either of them. It was even very likely that both of them would be left there forever. As a result, the two of them had no choice but to carefully and vigilantly leave the ruins in the end. Zhuo Lin, who had raised his head, recounted most of the things that had happened in the ruins that day. Of course, there were also some things that had been fabricated. Even if Jian Ming could hear them, he was too lazy to mention them. Regardless of whether he mentioned them or not, these things were no longer important. Death was death. Even if the reason was found, what was the use? If the relationship between the four great clans became intense, it would not be a good thing for his heavenly sword sect. It was better to avoid trouble. In any case, Jian Ming's aim was only Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether everyone present wanted to listen or not, they were all listening to Zhuo Lin's description. Due to the space within the large hall, waves of echoes continued to echo. Zhuo Lin was the only one speaking, but everyone seemed to have heard it a couple of times. Regardless of whether they wanted to listen or not, they more or less understood it. Hua Xianrui and Sun Ji frowned as they watched Zhuo Lin's speech. The two of them snorted disdainfully in their hearts. Their hearts did not believe that a mere bandit, even with the help of a puppet and a strange snake whose strength was merely that of a one-star Dodi, could be strong. They were actually able to turn the people from the four great clans into such a miserable state. This was complete nonsense. However, just because they did not believe it, it did not mean that everyone did not believe it. At the very least, Jian Ming had been attracted by Sun Shua's words at this moment. Jian Ming gradually listened carefully as she listened to the words that were emitted from Zhuo Lin's mouth. Her body, which was lying on the ground, had unknowingly sat up. Her narrowed eyes stared intently at Zhuo Lin. Finally, when Zhuo Lin spoke about how Xiao Yan's figure had suddenly disappeared from the open ground, some ripples involuntarily surfaced in Jian Ming's eyes. What everyone did not know was that a great storm had been stirred within Jian Ming's heart at this moment. According to what Zhuo Lin had said, after Xiao Yan had used all his strength to unleash his douqi in the remains back then, his condition could already be considered as an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for him to have the ability to retaliate, much less survive that kind of energy storm. However, the result that Zhuo Lin had given was that Xiao Yan had disappeared from the open ground together with the narwhal snake. This was something that was impossible, but it had really happened. Xiao Yan, who had lost all his fighting strength, would definitely not be able to rely on his own strength to escape from that place, much less bring the narwhal snake with him. Since that was the case, the only explanation was that there was someone else secretly helping them and helping them escape from the remains. That person's skills were so great that even with Zhuo Lin's and Bai Ying's strength, they were unable to sense any unusual movements. This also meant that the latter's strength was far above theirs. A mysterious strong person had suddenly intervened and rescued Xiao Yan when he was in danger. This kind of thing might appear illogical in the eyes of others, and it was also not true. However, in Jian Ming's eyes, it was a different kind of view. Don't tell me, behind Xiao Yan, is there really another strong person protecting him? Jian Ming's eyes were empty and lifeless as she sat on the main seat. Her brows were tightly knit together. Her heart involuntarily recalled the big battle in Green Jade City a few years ago. For elite Do Di had gathered in one city. Their aim was actually a mere bandit, who was like an ant in their eyes. Originally, they had thought that it would be an easy parade. However, they did not expect that the four of them, who were elite Do Di, would end up fleeing like stray dogs. Jian Ming would never forget the humiliation that day. He was even more unable to forget the great strength of that aura. If that mysterious person had really attacked, Jian Ming dared to guarantee that even if the four of them were to join forces, they would definitely not be able to last one exchange with that mysterious strong person. However, the scene back then had appeared once again. Another mysterious strong person had suddenly intervened when Xiao Yan was in danger. If this news were to spread to the ears of the other three sect leaders, it was likely that it would stir an invisible storm. Zhuo Lin, who had finished narrating all of this, returned to calmness. He no longer spoke. His eyes were indifferent as they swept over the people from the two clans. He glanced at Bai Ying before returning to his seat. Everyone present threw their gazes toward Jianming on the main seat. After what had happened earlier, everyone present consciously shut their mouths this time around without Jianming speaking. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall had once again become strange. It did not appear nervous, but it also caused everyone to not dare to relax even a little. Everyone hoped to be called out by Jianming, but at the same time, they were afraid that they would open their mouths and say the wrong thing. Can you guarantee that what you have said is true? The atmosphere in the hall was in a deadlock for a long time. A moment later, Jianming once again opened his mouth to speak. This junior dares to guarantee with my life that what I have said earlier is true. Shuo Lin stood up. His eyes looked at Jianming on the main seat. His eyes were calm as he spoke without looking sideways. Jianming could not help but feel surprised in his heart when he saw Shuo Lin's manner. He immediately nodded gently. All right, I hope that I can believe your words. Shuo Lin sat down again. At the same time, Jianming turned his gaze to Bai Ying and said in a serious voice, Patriarch Bai, only you and nephew Shuo Lin came out of the ruins that day. Can you guarantee that what Shuo Lin said earlier is true? At the end of his words, Jianming's gaze was somewhat cold as he stared at Bai Ying. If Bai Ying criticized Shuo Lin's words in the slightest, then the latter would have to pay the price for what he had said earlier. After all, he was willing to use his life as a guarantee. At this moment, the people from the other three clans instantly looked at Bai Ying. Jianming's action could be said to have placed Shuo Lin's life in Bai Ying's hands. Whether he lived or died depended on Bai Ying's words. Hua Xianrui and Sun Ji stared at Bai Ying with sneers on their faces. They naturally wanted Bai Ying to say what they wanted to hear. They were certain that Bai Ying would definitely say those words. As long as Bai Ying spoke, not only would it be considered as revenge for their two clans, but it would also remove a huge problem for their three clans. The two clans were naturally happy to do such a thing. Compared to the reactions of the people from the two clans, the expressions of the people from the Zhuo clan changed. They did not expect Jianming to use such a method. In this way, Shuo Lin's life was in the hands of Bai Ying. Beside Shuo Lin, a middle-aged man next to him was about to stand up, but he was pulled down by Shuo Lin, who had a calm expression on his face. Shuo Lin shook his head without a trace. When the latter saw this, although he was still very worried in his heart, in the end, his body swayed and sat down heavily. At the same time, Bai Ying, who was being stared at by everyone, also felt a sense of difficulty in his heart. If he said what the two clans and even Jianming wanted to hear, then Shuo Lin's life would be in danger and the Zhuo clan's momentum would be greatly reduced. At that time, even their entire clan would be affected. This situation was definitely what the three clans wanted to see. But if Shuo Lin died, then Bai Ying would not only have to face the enmity of the other two families, but he would also be targeted by the Zhuo family. Coupled with the greedy wolf that was the Heavenly Sword sect, the Bai family's situation would definitely fall to rock bottom. Besieged on all sides, the Bai clan's future would be in danger. However, if Bai Ying disobeyed Jianming's orders, then the Bai clan would inevitably be suppressed by the Sky Sword sect. In this way, his clan would also become the target of public criticism. His days would not be easy. However, even so, compared to being swallowed up like the former, it was better to temporarily restrain himself and wait for an opportunity to act in the future. This was not a bad idea. Jianming. I didn't expect you to finally make a move against our four great clans. If you want to swallow us, you won't be able to bite our hard bones without breaking a few of your dog teeth. Bai Ying cursed in his heart. A moment later, he finally slowly raised his head. Under the gazes of everyone present, he looked at Jianming, who was seated at the head of the table. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a warm smile that was like a spring breeze. Hua Xianrui and Sun Ji stared at Bai Ying, hoping that Bai Ying would say what they wanted to hear. When Jianming saw the smile on Bai Ying's face, he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. Under his wide sleeves, a pair of withered hands slowly raised and involuntarily gripped the armrest of the chair tightly. Reporting to Sect Master, what Shuo Lin said just now was witnessed by this subordinate with his own eyes. Every word is true. Hua. As soon as Bai Ying finished speaking, everyone in the hall was in an uproar. They never thought that Bai Ying would actually say such words. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. At the same time, on the main seat, the stone armrest that Jian Ming was holding tightly in his hand had inadvertently turned into a pile of powder. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 700. While everyone in the Sky Sword sect was talking about Xiao Yan, the other three sects in Green Hunchback Mountain were also discussing what happened in the desolate ancient ruins a few months ago. Refining God's sect. In a majestic hall filled with golden light, the sect leader of the Refining God sect, Qin Zhen, was sitting on the main seat. Below him were the various leaders of the Refining God sect. In the Refining God sect, other than the sect leader Qin Zhen, the elders and deacons sitting below the stage had the greatest authority. Naturally, they were involved in any major matter in the sect. Elder Zhao, what do you think about the desolate ancient ruins? Qin Zhen sat upright on the main seat as his gaze swept across the elders in the hall. Finally, his gaze landed on a silver-robed elder who was sitting closest to him. The elder was dressed in a purple robe. His body was upright with his eyes slightly closed. His aura was completely concealed within his body, making it difficult for others to detect him. At a glance, this elder gave off a rather imposing and domineering feeling, causing others to not dare to look at him. When the elder heard Qin Zhen's words, his slightly closed eyes slowly opened. Soon after, he stood up leisurely. The brows on his old face slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about how to speak. After a short stubble, the silver-robed elder raised his gaze and looked at Qin Zhen, who was sitting on the main seat. He respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader, this Xiao Yan is unpredictable. We know too little about him and it is difficult for this old man to comment on him. Furthermore, in the desolate ancient ruins, other than those who did not enter the core area of the ruins, only the Zhuo family's eldest son, Zhuo Lin, and the Bai family's head, Bai Ying, have returned alive. Therefore, regarding what happened in there, only the two families under the Sky Sword sect know. Judging from our point of view is really unwise." When they heard this, the other elders in the hall could not help but frown. The elders' words directly contradicted Qin Zhen's words. As the sect leader, Qin Zhen's words were something that no one in the sect could refute. However, the words of this purple-robed elder were likely going to attract trouble. However, just when everyone thought that Qin Zhen would be angry because of this, the latter smiled and nodded in agreement under the surprised gazes of everyone present. "That's right. First elder's thoughts are my thoughts." When Qin Zhen's words were spoken, the many elite Dou Di in the hall involuntarily raised their brows. They immediately faced each other and a wave of private conversations were immediately emitted from the hall. Numerous gazes involuntarily revealed surprise when they looked at this first elder. At the same time, they were curious and doubtful. Almost everyone in the western region knew that Qin Zhen's character was proud and aloof. He never placed anyone in his eyes. However, he seemed to have restrained himself a lot in the face of this new first elder. At the very least, he would not be as fierce and overbearing as he was in the past. That's right. This purple-robed elder was the first elder that the Divine Refining sect had just appointed a couple of months ago. His appointment and even his appearance caused everyone in the Divine Refining sect to be surprised. This was because no one in the sect had seen this purple-robed elder before he became the first elder of the Divine Refining sect. His sudden appointment had stirred up a great commotion within the Divine Refining sect. However, this commotion was swiftly suppressed under the personal appearance of the original first elder. Although everyone had some dissatisfaction in their hearts, after a couple of months of gradually getting used to it, everyone had reluctantly accepted this first elder. However, what they didn't expect was that not only was the original great elder extremely modest towards this purple-robed old man, even the sect leader of their own sect was actually so amiable towards her. This truly caused them to be extremely puzzled in their hearts. Just who was this newly promoted great elder? What was his identity? Naturally, no one would tell them the answer to this question. Looking at the whispering crowd below the stage, Chen Zhen, who was seated on the leader's seat, sneered in his heart. The reason why he had raised this question was to let those dissatisfied fellows below the stage understand exactly what kind of position this first elder held in their divine refining sect. If those present were still full of complaints about this new first elder 2 hours ago, now that Chen Zhen had expressed his stance, these people would probably be too late to curry favor with the purple-robed elder. Humph, Chen Zhen laughed mockingly in his heart. After which, he and the purple-robed old man echoed each other and said a bunch of nonsense. After that, they casually dismissed everyone present. Only then did the meeting in the large hall come to an end. Looking at the final hall door that was heavily shut, Chen Zhen slowly stood up from his seat. With his hands behind his back, he walked down the stage and arrived beside the purple-robed elder. "Ha, junior brother, from now on, you are the only first elder of the divine refining sect." "Ha, I still have to thank senior brother. This bunch of trash, if not for senior brother saying that there was still a use for them, junior brother would have already taken action against them." Hearing Chen Zhen's words, the purple-robed elder stood up and respectfully cupped his hands towards Chen Zhen. His tone was cold as he laughed. Humph, although these fellows have formed their own cliques, as long as they remain in the divine refining sect, they will always be our lackeys. Now is not the time to do so. Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes as his lips curled into a sinister smile. Naturally, he knew what those people were thinking. However, for the future of the divine refining sect, he had to endure it no matter what. When the time was right, those people would become useless pawns in his hands and be mercilessly crushed by him. After the two of them chatted for a while, their bodies distorted slightly and turned into illusionary figures. Finally, they completely disappeared from the hall. On the other side, within the battle martial sect, Wu Jitian had also dismissed everyone in the hall. Arriving in front of the hall door, Wu Jitian raised his head and looked at the sky. His fierce-looking face revealed a solemn expression. Looks like the current western region is no longer as peaceful as before. At the very least, it was calm on the surface in the past. It was fine if there was an undercurrent flowing in the interior. Now, a real storm is about to arrive. The sky of the western region is about to change. His mouth softly muttered. Immediately, Wu Jitian's eyes slowly fell. Finally, he looked towards the south. That was where the Shilin mountain range was located. At the same time, it was also where the desolate ancient remains had appeared. Over 10 elite Do-Di had died at that place because of one person, a young man wearing a black robe. It was likely that no one in the entire western region would be able to do such a thing, however, the impossible that everyone felt in their hearts had now become reality. The location of the Withered Leaf sect. The somewhat dark large hall appeared incomparably quiet. There was not a single light within the empty large hall. The withered yellow pillars were like rotten wood. They appeared to be standing in the large hall with great difficulty. Even the air was filled with the smell of something rotting. It was extremely pungent. The deepest part of the large hall was dim without any light. At a glance, it was dark. If one were to walk in this place, it was likely that even an elite Do-Di would involuntarily feel a shudder in his heart. Such a sinister place was actually the face of a sect. This was really difficult to imagine. This kind of place appeared to have been abandoned for many years. Perhaps no one had maintained it since it was built, resulting in it falling into such a state. It really caused one to feel sad. Could such a place really be the meeting hall of a sect? It was likely that no one would believe it. In this dark, desolate, sorrowful and terrifying place, there was finally a small space that was surrounded by light at the deepest part of the large hall. The faint cream-white light emitted a gentle glow in the air. It was able to illuminate this small space without causing one to feel that it was glaring. Within this space, an old man wearing a linen robe with a shady face was seated cross-legged. At this moment, between the old man's eyebrows, a milky white fluorescent light the size of a rice grain was gradually surging out from a huge ball of light in front of him. Following the old man's thoughts, it gradually converged into the soul bead in his mind and became a part of his strength. A long while later, the old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, finally slowly opened them. A cold expression flashed across the deep part of his eyes where a dark green glow lingered. Immediately, he swiftly stored the milk-white light cluster in front of him into his storage ring. Only then did he open his mouth and speak in an indifferent tone. "Since you have already come, why do you need to watch by the side? Come out and meet me." "TSK TSK TSK TSK, sect leader, why do you need to hide? Don't tell me that I have not seen many small things like you." A cluster of dense black fog swiftly flashed in front of the old man in a ghost-like manner as the strange laughter slowly sounded within the large hall. In an instant, one could see a strange-looking ink-colored mask within the exposed black fog. The appearance of the mask appeared to be some kind of magical beast. Its expression appeared quite ferocious and terrifying. This mask was just like the mask that Xiao Yan had obtained from the third hall chief of the ghost hall back then. Needless to say, this cluster of black fog was naturally a member of the ghost hall. This old man who was addressed as sect leader was the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a reason. I'm afraid that you have not come to find me at such a time just to say such nonsense to me. Yi Luotian's gaze swept back and forth across the dark space in front of him. Although the large hall was completely dark, everything seemed to be clearly visible in front of his eyes. This dark world was unable to block the eyesight of an elite Do-Di. "TSK TSK TSK TSK, do you really not know what I am here for? Xiao Yan." A strange laughter was emitted from the darkness. Soon after, Yi Luotian spoke in an indifferent tone. "Sect leader is indeed as I wish. TSK 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 TSK, it is likely that he is the only person in the entire western region who can cause all of you to care so much about him." A flattering laughter was emitted from the black fog when Yi Luotian once again opened his mouth with a cold expression. His tone did not leave any room for negotiation. He did not have a good impression of this group of damned things. "I think that sect leader has already heard about the matter from 3 months ago. You are talking about the matter of Xiao Yan in the desolate ancient remains. Do you really believe that so many Do-Di have died because of him?" Yi Luotian did not move. His eyes, which were sweeping left and right, paused as if he was a little tired. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the empty space in front of him. His words contained a trace of disdain. No matter how active Amir Bandi was, it was impossible for him to kill an elite Do-Di. Forget about Yi Luotian, even if it was someone else, they would also not believe it. That's right. If it was someone else, I would not believe it. However, if it was Xiao Yan, sect leader, even the first hall master has been alerted by this matter. We do not wish for the 4 great sects to act together and fail to deal with a Bandi. If the upper echelons were to blame us, don't tell me that a Bandi like him can really unleash a strength that can kill an elite Do-Di. How is this possible? Yi Luotian's heart was filled with shock. Being able to cause the upper echelons of the Ghost Hall to pay attention to this matter meant that the matter that had occurred in the desolate ancient remains could not be underestimated. I have already said that it might be impossible for someone else. However, he is Xiao Yan. We must be careful in everything we do. The voice was once again emitted from the dark black fog. Compared to before, it was clearly much more solemn this time around. Just who is he to be able to cause all of you to be so moved? Yi Luotian frowned. His heart was incomparably curious. This mysterious and strange super faction was actually so concerned about Amir Bandi. It was likely that anyone would be unable to resist being curious about this. Sect leader, I have already told you that there are some things that it is better for you not to know. My ghost hall was able to allow you to achieve what you have today, and we can similarly ensure that you do not have a tomorrow. An icy cold voice was emitted from the black fog, causing Yi Luotian's heart to immediately sink. Dealing with this group of people was like taking a shortcut by stepping on the edge of a knife. He had to go along with them, but he also had to be cautious. Yi Luotian descended into silence as this thought rose in his heart. The atmosphere in the large hall had also become even more strange. 1 month later. Shilin Mountain Range. Seated on the mountain peak, Xiao Yan's statue-like body suddenly moved. His body, which had been silent for an entire month, suddenly moved at this moment. Both of his hands began to move the instant he opened his eyes. A series of complicated seals were formed between his hands. They swiftly condensed into numerous chaotic afterimages in front of Xiao Yan. Until a certain moment, a golden light suddenly surged from the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes. Force Elephant Skill. Activate. A thunderous cry erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's seated body suddenly moved. His body instantly stood up. At the same time, his feet heavily stomped on the mountain peak that was about to collapse. In an instant, Xiao Yan's body shot out explosively and somersaulted into the sky. Both of his eyes swiftly locked onto a mountain peak below. In the air, Xiao Yan's right hand suddenly clenched tightly. A creaking sound was emitted from his palm. Soon after, a fist violently smashed towards the mountain peak as his body landed. Xiao Yan did not rely on any do qi for this punch. However, its might was extremely frightening. The invisible space in front of Xiao Yan was instantly crushed and collapsed after the punch was thrown. It turned into an endless darkness. An invisible fist imprint swiftly descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it heavily smashed against the mountain peak. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion spread apart. At this very moment, two huge mountains in the mountain range below suddenly collapsed. The surrounding mountain range began to tremble intensely. In an instant, all the birds and beasts fled. The frightening might actually caused the magical beasts in the mountain range to be frightened. Xiao Yan looked at the mountain peak that had collapsed and turned into ruins from the empty sky. His eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Soon after, a fiery hot emotion surged into his heart, causing a wild joy to surge into his heart. Is this the Force Elephant skill? This strength is indeed extraordinary. Compared to my King Kong glass body, this Force Elephant skill is clearly even stronger. It is indeed worthy of being a spirit class Do technique. Chapter 701. Under the azure sky, Xiao Yan's upper body was naked as he stood in the empty air. He eyed the mountain range below that had been buried by the collapsed rocks. His face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy. It is indeed worthy of being a Ling class Do technique. With this Force Elephant skill, I believe that I will have the ability to fight even if I meet a Do Di the next time. Feeling the powerful strength that surged out from every muscle cell in his body, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an excited smile. This Force Elephant skill had increased his strength by quite a lot. When he used it, he would not exhaust his body like the angry Buddha lotus flame. With it, Xiao Yan was confident that he would still have the ability to fight with an ordinary Do Di without using any of his trump cards. If Xiao Yan were to add those tactics of his, he would also have the confidence to kill the Do Di if he went all out. However, he could not be as crazy as he was in the remains this time around. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan's mind moved. The black robe that had been shattered by the frightening huge strength earlier once again agglomerated with Xiao Yan's mind. Immediately, a pair of dark black eyes slowly lifted and looked towards the deep regions of the mountain range. Letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and faced the deep regions of the mountain range. His gaze was solemn. Immediately, his body that was standing in the empty air suddenly turned. His feet moved and he instantly used the sky extinction steps, swiftly flying out of the Shilin mountain range. Now that the trip to the remains had come to an end, Xiao Yan should set off to search for the last medicinal ingredient needed to refine the ice spirit pill. Fire plume flower, Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. His body that was flying forward also became increasingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the edge of the mountain range. Half a month later. On a certain mountain peak outside Yen City, a black-robed human figure stood leisurely. It was Xiao Yan. Half a month's time. With Xiao Yan's current speed, he should have already reached this place. However, he had met quite a number of obstacles along the way, causing him to waste some time. Faced with those who wanted to take his life, Xiao Yan did not show any mercy. He only wanted to test the strength of the Force Elephant's skill. Therefore, each time he attacked, Xiao Yan relied on the Force Elephant's skill to deal with his enemies. He did not even use the slightest Do Qi. Those Ban Di experts were naturally extremely furious in the face of Xiao Yan's disdainful actions. Other than that, they were filled with disdain and ridicule. Unfortunately, their hearts were filled with regret after they witnessed Xiao Yan's frightening physical body. In the eyes of an ordinary strong person, it was impossible for an expert who focused on training one's physical body to compare with them. Under most circumstances, it was impossible for one to compare with Do Qi just by relying on one's physical body. However, this time around, they had met with a tough opponent. This was also one of the few experts who trained in physical body training. Under Xiao Yan's Force Elephant skill, any expert who was below the strength of a Do Di, even if they were an advanced 9-star half-emperor, would not be able to withstand the might of Xiao Yan's punch. However, after a couple of big fights, Xiao Yan had indeed met a 1-star initial stage Do Di. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he did not even have the time to attack when he saw Xiao Yan's great strength. Instead, he bitterly withdrew. It was fine if an ordinary person did not know about it. Being an elite Do Di, he had naturally heard about the things that had happened in the desolate ancient remains a couple of months ago. After recognizing Xiao Yan, how would he have the courage to target him? It should be known that there were over 10 elite Do Di who had died in Xiao Yan's hands during that trip to the desolate ancient remains. He, a 1-star initial stage Do Di, did not have the courage to do so. After seeing that elite Do Di withdraw, Xiao Yan's heart was involuntarily stunned. Immediately, he helplessly withdrew his aura. Originally, he had planned to borrow the latter's strength to test his strength. However, from the looks of it now, there was indeed no need for that. After recovering, Xiao Yan's gaze looked at the majestic city that sat on the ground in front of him. An anticipation involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's heart. The last time, he had gathered the few most important medicinal ingredients that he needed to refine medicinal pills. He did not know just what kind of opportunity he would have this time around. Fire plume flower, Xiao Yan softly muttered in his mouth. His toes pressed gently on the mountain peak. Soon after, his body drifted forward like a willow leaf. Soon after, he swiftly disappeared from the edge of one's sight after a series of flashes. A moment later, Xiao Yan had already entered the city. He followed the path in his memory and walked for a moment. Immediately, an enormous pavilion building appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Thousand Medicinal House. This place was the Thousand Medicinal House that Jin Yao had established. At this moment, Xiao Yan had placed his hopes in this place. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile as he raised his head to look at the ancient building in front of him. The matter with Zhao Xian the last time was ultimately all thanks to Jin Yao. The reason he had come to the Thousand Medicinal House this time around was firstly to search for medicinal ingredients. Secondly, it was also to thank Jin Yao for helping him the last time. Although the matter back then appeared to be dangerous, Xiao Yan had carefully thought about it after the matter. As elite Do Di, as long as the difference in strength between two people of the same class was not too great, it was almost impossible to kill the other party. Jin Yao was no exception. Therefore, the current Xiao Yan was able to enter the house with a smile. Otherwise, it was likely that his face would be gloomy. However, Xiao Yan had just stepped into the house with a smile on his face when the expression on his face involuntarily changed a moment later. The instant he entered the interior of the Thousand Medicinal House, he clearly sensed an extremely powerful aura. From the looks of the strength of the aura, the latter was clearly an elite Do Di. However, this was nothing. The thing that caused Little Yen to frown was that the owner of this aura did not seem to have a good intention. Xiao Yan immediately raised his head and looked over when he thought of this. Sure enough, the spacious hall on the first floor appeared incomparably empty. If this was a normal time, there should be quite a number of people. However, from the looks of it, even the few people in Xiao Yan's eyes were similarly walking toward the upper floors of the Thousand Medicinal House. From the looks of their somewhat chaotic footsteps, it was likely that something had happened within the Thousand Medicinal House. Xiao Yan's heart immediately sank when he thought of this. His entire face also became gloomy. He was clearly aware of the rules within the Thousand Medicinal House. No one was allowed to attack anyone within the Thousand Medicinal House for any reason. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that someone had purposely violated this rule. This was the reason why everyone had gone over to take a look. Humph, Xiao Yan let out a cold snort in his heart. Immediately, his body moved and he swiftly headed toward the upper floors of the building. Within a short period of time, Xiao Yan consecutively passed through quite a number of cubicle corridors. Finally, he arrived in front of a cubicle that was surrounded by layers of people. Before he arrived, he could already hear a vicious and overbearing laughter being emitted from within the cubicle. "Ha, Jin Yao, you know my feelings towards you. Tell me, how many times have I come here? I see that the doorstep of your Thousand Medicinal House is about to be flattened by me. You can't possibly continue to hide from me like this, right?" At this moment, within the cubicle, a burly man with a bear-like figure was laughing heartily as he stared at Jin Yao in front of him. A pair of small eyes, which did not match his body size, stared lustfully at Jin Yao's alluring and beautiful body. His mouth continuously laughed out loud as he spoke. "Lu Cheng, I have already told you many times that there is absolutely no relationship between us. At the very most, we can only be considered acquaintances. Why do you have to pester me time and time again?" Hearing the words of the burly man in front of her, Jin Yao's willowy eyebrows tightly knitted together. She felt a wave of helplessness in her heart towards this burly man's hooligan-like character. "Humph, Jin Yao, you told me 3 years ago to wait. Fine, in order to obtain you, I have endured. However, after waiting for 3 years, you didn't even give me a fart. You didn't even give me any information. Now, you want to use these words to brush me off. Do you really think that I, Lu Cheng, am a monkey that you can play around with as you wish?" Jin Yao's straightforward words caused Lu Cheng's expression to instantly darken. For Jin Yao, he had endured time and time again. Originally, he thought that even if the other party was a block of ice, she would still be melted by his repeated visits. However, he did not expect that even now, Jin Yao was still unwilling to accept him. "Ha, Lu Cheng, stop putting on an act in front of me. Don't think that I don't know that other than me, there are quite a few other ladies who have been forcefully taken over by you. If it weren't for their lack of strength, they would have long killed you. You actually have the cheek to say such words in front of me?" Jin Yao's words caused Lu Cheng to be instantly at a loss for words. Numerous mocking and disdainful gazes were also thrown over from the surrounding crowd. Clearly, everyone present more or less had some understanding of Lu Cheng's character. Although Lu Cheng appeared simple and honest on the surface, he had relied on his strength to do many heartless things. Anyone who saw such a person would want to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, because he was a 2-star Do Di with extraordinary strength, there were very few people who were a match for him. Hence, even though everyone knew that he had an evil character, no one was able to do anything to him. Lu Cheng's fierce-looking face became even more ferocious when he noticed the numerous mocking and disdainful gazes being shot over from around him. His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. When those people noticed Lu Cheng's dark and vicious eyes, their expressions instantly changed. The crowd also involuntarily stepped back. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's eyes turned and landed on Jin Yao. His dark and vicious gaze stared viciously at Jin Yao as though he wanted to eat her up. "Jin Yao, today, regardless of whether you are willing or not, I will bring you back." Lu Cheng's body suddenly moved at the same time as the low cry from his mouth sounded. His feet heavily stomped on the ground and a frightening strength immediately erupted. The ground under his feet forcefully caved in. Even the entire pavilion could not help but sway slightly at this moment. Lu Cheng's body shot out like a cannonball when the explosion sounded. The frightening strength emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound in the empty space around him when he moved. Seeing this scene, a deep solemnness immediately appeared on Jin Yao's pretty face. With a flip of her hand, the do qi in her body swiftly surged out of her body and swiftly gathered in her palm. Although the two of them were experts of the same class, Lu Qingxing had the advantage in that other than do qi, he was also a physical body practitioner. Just his physical body alone possessed an extraordinary strength. Adding his strength as a 2-star do di, he would be able to completely suppress her should he unleash all of his strength. Jin Yao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Lu Cheng. Bang! The speed at which the two of them attacked was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already violently collided. As the attack landed, Lu Cheng had just taken 2 steps back when his sturdy body suddenly shook. The enormous force that was transmitted to his body was forcibly removed. On the other hand, Jin Yao appeared to be in a much more miserable state in comparison. She staggered back over 10 steps. The expression on her pretty face had also become increasingly solemn. When Jin Yao lifted her gaze, she saw Lu Cheng staring at her with a ferocious smile. The gaze he used to look at her was as though he was looking at his prey, causing one's hair to stand on end. Jin Yao, do you plan to obediently return with me or do you want me to personally take action? Lu Cheng lifted his large hand and aimed it at Jin Yao from a distance. It was as though he wanted to hold her in his palm. Even if I die, I will definitely make you pay a terrible price. Jin Yao's gaze was cold. Her pretty eyes revealed a decisive expression. At the same time, Jin Yao's lovely body shook. A powerful do qi swiftly surged out from within her body and swiftly covered her entire body. She was arrogant by nature and would definitely not allow herself to be manipulated by others. This was also one of the important reasons why she had opened the 1,000 medicinal house. If Lu Cheng wanted to forcefully occupy it, she would definitely not submit even if she were to die. Rather die than submit. This is what makes one's blood boil. Lu Cheng's scarlet tongue violently licked his lips. His eyes revealed a greedy glint. His gaze stared intently at Jin Yao like a hungry wolf staring at a piece of bloody red meat. I have waited for you for 3 years. How can I let you die? No matter what, you must return with me today. Lu Cheng's mouth emitted a mocking laugh. Following which, his foot suddenly stomped on the ground. At the same time that the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face changed drastically, Lu Cheng's figure had already appeared in front of her. The ghost-like speed caused Jin Yao to be greatly alarmed. However, before she could do anything, the latter's large palm heavily imprinted itself on her lower abdomen. Although this palm was not enough to cause Jin Yao to be seriously injured, it had instantly forcefully scattered the do qi that had gathered in her body. It was likely that it would be difficult for her to gather it again in a short period of time. What? Jin Yao was greatly alarmed. Her mouth could not help but let out a sharp cry. However, following which, Lu Cheng once again attacked with a flip of his hand. Even though Jin Yao had avoided a vital point, she was still forced back by Lu Cheng's attack. A paleness involuntarily surfaced on her pretty face. However, before Jin Yao could stabilize her body, Lu Cheng once again pressed forward. With a wave of his large hand, he attempted to grab Jin Yao's neck. Lu Cheng did not intend to use do qi in this grab. Firstly, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Secondly, he was worried that this woman would resist for the first time. If she really died, this was not something he wanted to see. He wanted a living person. There would be no meaning in having a dead body. It was also at this moment that a dark black light suddenly flashed in the empty space in front of Jin Yao. It suddenly stood in front of Jin Yao. At the same time, Lu Cheng's grab had also arrived in front of the black shadow. Lu Cheng involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he saw this black shadow that had suddenly appeared. However, from the looks of the current situation, it was impossible for him to maneuver his do qi in time at such a close distance. However, if he were to rely on his physical strength alone, Lu Cheng had 100% confidence. In the eyes of an outsider, he was a powerful 2-star do di. However, in his heart, the strength of his physical body was the pinnacle that he pursued. The reason he was able to suppress Jin Yao was because he had relied on his physical strength. At this moment, he also had absolute confidence in his physical strength even when facing this black shadow in front of him. At the same time that Lu Qing thought of this in his heart, the muscles on his arm that he had thrown out suddenly bulged. His entire arm had suddenly become much thicker. A powerful strength was completely revealed in front of the naked eye. Oh. Physical strength, huh? A little interesting. Seeing this scene, the black shadow in front of Lu Qing actually let out a soft laugh in his heart. In an instant, the hand of the small black-robed figure suddenly clenched into a fist. At the same time that a low sound was emitted from the bottom of his heart, his white fist appeared to be powerless as it was swiftly thrown out from under the black robe. Like a bolt of lightning, it ruthlessly smashed into the palm of the large palm that was coming toward him. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 702. The fist and claw collided and separated upon contact. The white fist and the claw line collided for an instant before they separated. The black-colored human figure stood in the same spot and did not move. On the other hand, Lu Qing was forced back over 10 steps by that punch. Only then did he stabilize his body with an ugly expression. Soon after, he lifted his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the black-robed human figure who had suddenly appeared in the arena. However, when Lu Qing saw that the black-robed person standing opposite him was actually a young man with a white face, the expression on his face involuntarily became startled. He did not expect that the person who could force him back with one blow was actually such a young man. Even so, Lu Qing still did not think that the black-robed young man in front of him was that strong. After all, the black-robed young man had only taken advantage of the opportunity to attack and made use of Lu Qing's carelessness to force him to retreat. If it was a direct confrontation, Lu Qing was confident that he could easily defeat the black-robed young man. Of course, this was merely what Lu Qing thought in his heart. Moreover, all of this was merely his first impression of the black-robed young man in front of him. He had yet to see the latter's true strength. After all, the latter did not seem to have used any doqi in the collision just now. Huh? Lu Qing's heart leaped when he thought of this. Only then did he recall that the black-robed young man in front of him did not use any doqi in the collision just now. Even the expression in Lu Qing's eyes when he looked at the black-robed young man involuntarily changed when he thought of this. Both of his eyes narrowed. A pair of small rabbit-like eyes stared at the black-robed young man in silence. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, also lifted the corner of his mouth into an arc of a smile. His eyes were calm as he stared at Lu Qing opposite him. His hands were crossed over his chest as he stood proudly in front of Jin Yao, hiding her alluring lovely body behind him. It was only at this moment that the pale-faced Jin Yao finally recovered from her earlier shock. At the same time, the scattered doqi within her body was finally able to gather. However, the moment Jin Yao regained her senses, her beautiful eyes landed on the thin black figure in front of her. Looking at the thin figure in front of her, Jin Yao couldn't help but be slightly absent-minded. Soon after, she hurriedly bowed respectfully to the person in front of her. At the same time, a weak voice filled with gratitude spat out from Jin Yao's alluring red lips. This concubine thanks Mr. for your help. If Mr. can help this concubine settle today's matter, this concubine will be deeply grateful to Mr. in the future. Xiao Yan recovered when he heard the familiar voice that was transmitted from behind him. The corner of his mouth was lifted and he revealed a playful smile. At the same time that his body turned around, a soft laughter that carried a teasing intent was emitted from his mouth. Hee hee, there's no need to be so grateful. How about Sister Jin Yao, just come with me. The instant this laughter was emitted, the expression on Jin Yao's face, which was originally filled with gratitude, instantly changed. She didn't expect that she had thought that she was saved, but it turned out that another perverted person who coveted her body had come. However, just as Jin Yao couldn't help but open her mouth to curse, a familiar handsome face with a gentle smile appeared in front of her eyes. Immediately, the words that were about to reach Jin Yao's mouth were instantly stopped. At the same time, her entire body was stunned on the spot. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh softly and say, "Why, after not seeing each other for half a year, you don't recognize me? It's really you." Hearing this familiar voice once again, Jin Yao's fiery hot body trembled in excitement. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. This also caused the surrounding onlookers to be stunned. They originally thought that it was another person who had come for Jin Yao's body. However, from the looks of it, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. "Hee, looks like Sister Jin Yao hasn't forgotten me." When he heard this, Xiao Yan teased with a smile. When she heard Xiao Yan's words, Jin Yao's pretty face couldn't help but reveal a faint blush. Immediately, she looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on her face and playfully said, "You keep saying that I haven't forgotten you. Then, you couldn't have come to Yan City this time because you missed me, right?" Xiao Yan gently shrugged his shoulders and smiled in a noncommittal manner. When she saw this, Jin Yao couldn't help but let out a lovely laugh. Xiao Yan also laughed softly in agreement. However, while the two of them were teasing each other, Lu Cheng, who was standing behind the two of them and watching all of this, was so angry that his originally gloomy face had completely darkened because of the actions of the two of them. Even his sturdy body was continuously trembling. The two people in front of him had actually ignored him in front of so many people. This kind of action was as though they didn't care about him at all. How could this not cause him to be angry? As a two-star Do Di, Lu Cheng's powerful strength caused others to not underestimate him wherever he went. When everyone looked at him, their gazes would more or less contain some fear or dread. Being ignored on the spot was something that he had never encountered before. Humph, no wonder you aren't willing to follow the old me. It turns out that you like this kind of tender pretty boy. Lu Cheng's face was filled with disdain as he stared at Xiao Yan and Jin Yao. Killing intent flowed within his eyes, but his mouth was so angry that it ended up laughing. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, the atmosphere between Xiao Yan and Jin Yao seemed to have been broken in an instant. The expressions on their faces became sluggish. Jin Yao's eyebrows were knit together. Impatience was revealed between her brows. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent. His pair of dark black eyes were as calm as a serene pool. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He was about to turn around when Jin Yao grabbed Xiao Yan's sleeve and pulled him back. At the same time, she spoke in a solemn tone, "Leave it to me. Leave it to me. He is also a two-star Do Di." Jin Yao's feet moved once she said those words. She ignored Xiao Yan and stepped in front of Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes looked at Lu Cheng as her tones suddenly changed and she spoke in a cold voice, "Lu Cheng, I hope that today's matter will end here. You and I are both two-star Do Di. If I am unwilling, you will not be able to bring me away from Yan City. Why don't we both take a step back and seek peace?" Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders behind her. He also knew that Jin Yao had a strong nature. Since Jin Yao did not wish for him to see her being protected by someone, he might as well let her do it herself. Ha, seek peace. Do you think that you can resist me if I want to capture you and bring you back?" Lu Cheng was already unhappy in his heart when he saw Jin Yao take the initiative to grab Xiao Yan's sleeve. Now that he heard these words of Jin Yao, he was immediately unable to suppress the emotions in his heart and directly opened his mouth to curse. This also caused the faces of Jin Yao and Xiao Yan, who was standing behind her, to instantly become gloomy. Humph. Soon after, Jin Yao's lithe footsteps took a heavy step forward. Immediately, the powerful aura that belonged to a two-star Do Di swept out from Jin Yao's body. The frightening aura and pressure forced the surrounding onlookers to withdraw some distance. "Since you are so confident, you can come forward and give it a try." Jin Yao's tone was extremely cold. She did not have the gentle and calm attitude that she had when facing Xiao Yan earlier. The fury in Lu Cheng's heart grew even greater when he saw the great contrast between Jin Yao's attitude before and after. Everything that was happening in front of him was because of this pretty boy behind Jin Yao. Although he was extremely furious in his heart, Lu Cheng was also able to tell that the current Jin Yao was clearly in a similarly furious state. Lu Cheng did not think that it was a good thing to fight with her at such a time. It was just as Jin Yao had said. At the end of the day, the two of them were experts of the same level. Once they truly engaged in a life and death battle, it was really difficult to say what the final outcome would be. If he did not have complete confidence, he would not dare to easily attack. From the looks of it, it was likely that today's matter could only be left unsettled. However, Lu Cheng's heart was unwilling. He was unwilling to flee the city in such a miserable manner. Since he had already said those words, he must bring her back. Lu Cheng's eyes revealed a furious expression as he stared at Xiao Yan behind Jin Yao. The killing intent in his eyes grew even denser. Bastard! The old me will definitely tear you to shreds today. Lu Cheng's heart was extremely painful from the anger as he viciously cursed. Soon after, Lu Cheng's eyes rotated. His heart immediately emitted a cold laugh. Alright, I can forget about today's matter. Lu Cheng's expression became serious after he recovered. The gloominess on his face was instantly swept away. It was as though he had really thrown this matter to the back of his mind and no longer cared about it. Huh? Jin Yao involuntarily knit her eyebrows when she saw Lu Cheng's sudden change. Given her familiarity with the latter, Lu Cheng did not appear to be a broad-minded person. Once one was targeted by him, it would be like being bitten by a crocodile. He would not relent until his opponent was dead. However, at this moment, as expected, Jin Yao quietly said in her heart. This fellow would indeed not give up so easily. Immediately, Jin Yao's heart quietly shivered. She was constantly on guard against the latter. Behind Jin Yao, Xiao Yan also involuntarily frowned as he looked at Lu Cheng. This fellow had been staring at him since a moment ago. Clearly, he harbored evil intentions. Moreover, from the way he spoke, it seemed that his target was. As long as this pretty boy can endure 5 rounds from the old me without dying, the old me will not take even half a step into the 1,000 medicinal house from today onwards. Lu Cheng's thick arm was suddenly raised. He extended his finger and pointed at Xiao Yan as he spoke in a dark and cold tone. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately hardened when he heard this. He was also a little surprised in his heart. It was unexpected that this fellow would really target him. No. You are a dignified elite Do Di, yet you attack a bandit. This is not fair. I will definitely not agree to such a thing. At this moment, Jin Yao's pretty face was gloomy as she stared at Xiao Yan. Her delicate body moved and completely blocked Xiao Yan's body behind her. Her pair of pretty eyes were filled with fury. She would definitely not let Xiao Yan suffer any harm because of her. Humph, relax. I will give him a chance. Lu Cheng's face revealed a mocking smile as he coldly laughed. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan's body as he parted his mouth and laughed. Pretty boy, in the previous exchange with you, I discovered that you seem to be a body refiner, right? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He was non-committal. Seeing this, Lu Cheng was even more certain in his heart. Haha, I can lower my requirements for you. As long as you dare to step forward and fight with me, I guarantee that I will not use even a trace of Do Qi from the start of the fight until I kill you. If I do, it will be a violation of the agreement. From now on, I will never step into the 1,000 medicinal house again. Of course, unless you are really someone who lives off a woman. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, I will naturally not force you. However, Lu Cheng did not say anything else when he reached the end of his words. He merely looked at Xiao Yan with a smile that was not quite a smile. It seemed that he was waiting for him to make a choice. No. You must not fall for this fellow's provocation. This fellow is not only a 2-star Do Di, but he is also a body refiner. His physical body's strength. Alright, I agree to your request. Before Jin Yao's voice sounded, Xiao Yan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke slowly at this moment. However, this time around, other than Lu Qing in front of him, all the surrounding observers in the arena threw pitiful gazes toward Xiao Yan. Everyone present knew that Lu Cheng's physical body was terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Yan fighting with him was no different from seeking death. Even if Lu Qing did not use Do Qi, Xiao Yan's chances of victory were basically zero in everyone's hearts. Jin Yao's pretty face was anxious. She was just about to open her mouth to stop Xiao Yan when Xiao Yan quickly stepped forward and blocked in front of Jin Yao. He turned around, faced her, and laughed. Since the other party has already forced me to such an extent, I can't possibly continue to hide behind you, right? But this fellow is a 2-star Do Di, why? Do I look like a person who likes to flaunt his superiority? Xiao Yan's face remained carefree in the face of this. His careless manner caused one to be unwilling to underestimate him. The expression on Jin Yao's pretty face was involuntarily startled when she heard this. Only then did she recall that the Xiao Yan in front of her could not be viewed with the attitude of an ordinary person. Being able to kill dozens of elite Do Di in one fell swoop and withdraw in one piece. How could this kind of battle result be something that a Ban Di could achieve? Only then did Jin Yao cease saying anything more when she thought of this. She swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Her gaze turned and landed on Lu Qing. Lu Qing involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan actually dared to step forward. Moreover, from the looks of his manner, it was as though he was not worried about the upcoming fight. This caused Lu Qing to feel surprised in his heart. Xiao Yan also turned his gaze around. He wore a smile as he looked at Lu Qing. He placed one of his hands behind his back and slowly extended a hand toward the latter. Please give me your guidance. Chapter 703. Please enlighten me. Lu Qing let out a cold snort after these 3 words were casually uttered from Xiao Yan's mouth. Although a faint uneasiness surged into his heart due to the scene earlier, Lu Qing, being an elite Do Di, firmly believed in his own strength. Even if he did not use his Do Qi, it was not difficult to deal with a brat who was still wet behind the ears in his eyes. Brat, you have guts. Based on this, I believe that you are still a man. Ha ha. Lu Qing laughed out loud as he showered Xiao Yan with ridicule. The corner of his mouth parted into a smile that appeared extremely dense. This was especially the case when he revealed a row of dense white teeth. It caused people to shudder when they saw it. It was as though the weapon this fellow was about to use was this row of dense white teeth. Xiao Yan's face was expressionless in the face of the latter's intentional infuriating words. His heart did not even have the slightest ripple. He had heard such words far too many times. He had also met a countless number of such people. It could be said that he had long since become accustomed to seeing them. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows as he thought of this. Many people he had met were like this. Perhaps it was because they boasted that they were successful in their training, or perhaps it was because they were used to being in a superior position and were used to being superior to everyone else. However, they did not know that there was always someone better than them. Back then, the Doqi continent was also like this. How could the current Yuanwu continent not be like this? Xiao Yan only recovered after a brief moment of lamentation in his heart. He discovered the numerous gazes that were filled with pity that were shot at him from all directions. At this moment, behind him, there was a faint smile on the corner of Jin Yao's mouth. However, a trace of worry involuntarily surfaced on her forehead. Clearly, even though she had heard a lot about Xiao Yan's battle achievements, she had not seen them with her own eyes. Since she had not seen them with her own eyes, it was natural that she would have some doubts. Hence, such a complicated expression appeared on Jin Yao's pretty face. Gigolo, stand still for me. The first round is about to begin. While the atmosphere in the arena gradually became tense, Lu Qing, whose body was as strong as a black bear, suddenly emitted a thunder-like explosive cry. Soon after, Lu Qing's enormous feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, a frightening strength shot out from Lu Qing's feet. At the same time, a heavy muffled sound sounded beside everyone's ears. Lu Cheng's body instantly shot explosively towards Xiao Yan. His entire body was like an enormous rock that violently smashed towards Xiao Yan. Ha! Although Lu Cheng did not use the slightest bit of dou qi in this attack, its might was far from what an ordinary half-martial emperor could compare to. With just the strength of Lu Cheng's physical body, it was likely that even an expert of the late 9th star half-martial emperor level would not necessarily be a match for him. From this, one could imagine how frightening Lu Cheng's physical body had been. Even the surrounding ordinary half-martial emperors could not help but reveal extremely grave expressions when they saw this scene. When they looked at Xiao Yan, the expressions of pity in their eyes became even more intense. Even they had to admit that they were unable to withstand Lu Cheng's attack. Thus, even if this young boy was also a half-martial emperor, how strong could he possibly be? The outcome of making an enemy out of Lu Cheng had already been decided from the very beginning. However, faced with the various gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan still had an indifferent expression on his face. It was so much so that even the posture of his outstretched hand did not change. In everyone's eyes, this was the reaction of someone who had been scared silly by their opponent. However, at this moment, as Lu Cheng got closer and closer to Xiao Yan, the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart became even more obvious. In the blink of an eye, Lu Cheng's figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His sturdy body appeared to be more than twice the size of Xiao Yan. It was difficult to imagine just how tragic the scene would be if this attack were to land on Xiao Yan's body. Thinking of this, many of the people present involuntarily shifted their gazes away. In the next instant, Lu Cheng's sturdy body was about to collide with Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan slowly withdraw his outstretched hand. Soon after, just as Lu Cheng, this human tank, was about to arrive, his hand appeared to gently land on the latter's left shoulder. Lu Cheng's body was standing sideways. He had gathered all of his strength onto his left shoulder. With this attack, Lu Cheng was capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor would not dare to easily receive this attack of his. However, seeing that Xiao Yan did not dodge at this moment, Lu Cheng involuntarily wanted to laugh coldly in his heart. A mere half-martial emperor actually dared to show off in front of him, a dou di. He would definitely die with remaining grievances today. Brat, go and die. A ferocious laughter was emitted from Lu Cheng's mouth. His body shook and a powerful force immediately surged out of his body in an attempt to break Xiao Yan's hand, which had landed on his left shoulder, along with his arm. This attack could be described as ruthless. Sensing this, the expressions of the surrounding crowd involuntarily changed. Although it was said that there would only be 5 exchanges, from the looks of Lu Cheng's overbearing manner, it was clear that he did not wish to give this brat another chance to fight. At this moment, even the pretty face of Jin Yao, who was standing behind Xiao Yan, involuntarily changed. The dou qi within her body began to circulate. If anything were to happen to Xiao Yan, she would be able to react immediately. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was calmly staring at Lu Cheng in front of him, revealed a cold expression within his eyes. He had naturally seen through Lu Cheng's intention at a glance. Immediately, he coldly laughed in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the Force Elephant's skill was unleashed as he wished. Immediately, there was an enormous strength that was different from an ordinary person quietly surging within this seemingly weak body. Once Xiao Yan thought about it, that strength would surge out like the yellow river bursting its banks. Since you wish to decide the victor in one move, come at me. Xiao Yan laughed coldly in his heart. Coincidentally, he had yet to truly unleash the might of this Force Elephant's skill ever since he had started practicing it. Today, he had finally met an opponent. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little excited in his heart. Soon after, just as Lu Cheng's heavy attack was about to violently charge toward Xiao Yan, whose hand had landed on Lu Cheng's left shoulder, suddenly jerked his outstretched arm. Immediately, an overbearing aura that was not inferior to the former swept out from Xiao Yan's body. Not only did it cause the surrounding empty space to tremble, but even the surrounding crowd was once again forced back by this invisible aura. What? Only at this moment did Lu Cheng recover from the shock in his heart. His mouth involuntarily emitted an exclamation that was filled with shock. A force gathered in Xiao Yan's palm, which had landed on Xiao Yan's left shoulder. Immediately, his palm shook and an extremely powerful force immediately gushed out from Xiao Yan's palm. Bang! The terrifyingly powerful force instantly blasted Lu Cheng's body away. The crowd scattered in all directions. Lu Cheng's body rolled miserably on the ground for a few rounds before heavily crashing into a pillar within the room. The terrifyingly huge force continued to pour out and the pillar behind him nearly collapsed. Even if it did not collapse, it already looked as though it was on the verge of collapsing. It appeared to be quite dangerous. Only at this moment did the crowd in the arena gradually recover from their shock. Soon after, gazes that were filled with shock uniformly landed on Xiao Yan's body like spotlights. Everyone's face revealed a look of disbelief. It was really hard to imagine that Lu Cheng would actually be defeated by an unknown young man. Moreover, this young man actually defeated him with the physical strength that Lu Cheng was most proud of. This kind of thing really caused the crowd to be unable to react. In just one exchange, Lu Cheng had been instantly defeated by this young man in the most direct and overbearing manner. Moreover, the most important thing was that this young man had not even used the slightest bit of dou qi since he had appeared until now. All he relied on was his own physical strength. This kind of strength that could easily destroy everything was something that the people present found hard to believe. This was actually something that a skinny and weak-looking young man could achieve. This fellow, is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock stared intently at Xiao Yan from the surrounding crowd. The fear in their hearts caused their bodies to tremble. Just Lu Cheng's physical strength alone was something that they could not compare with. It was even more difficult for them to imagine if they would be able to keep their lives like Lu Cheng if this black-robed young man in front of them were to attack them. There was no need to think about it. It was naturally impossible. At this moment, even Jin Yao, who was standing behind Xiao Yan, could not help but open her mouth wide. A shocked expression appeared on her pretty face. Although she had long since heard of Xiao Yan's frightening battle results, her heart was even more shocked after witnessing it with her own eyes. From the looks of it, even if Xiao Yan's fighting strength was not as frightening as the rumors said, it was not inferior. I really don't know how you train. Not only is your cultivation not weak, but even your physical strength is strong to such an extent. The most important thing is that you are actually a rank 3 alchemist. If news of this were to spread, it is likely that those old fellows from the Alchemist Alliance would be too ashamed to show their faces. Jin Yao's footsteps were light as she arrived beside Xiao Yan. She used a voice that only the two of them could hear to laugh and tease Xiao Yan. At the same time, it was not difficult to hear the charm of envy in her words. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could only smile in a non-committal manner. He habitually shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything else. Jin Yao's face immediately revealed a helpless expression when she saw this. She copied Xiao Yan and gently shrugged her shoulders. However, this caused the latter to involuntarily laugh out loud. However, just as Jin Yao was about to open her mouth again, the crowd in front of the two of them was suddenly forcefully flipped over by a powerful force. Soon after, a frightening aura and pressure instantly swept over the entire room. When Jin Yao turned her head to look, the expression on her pretty face involuntarily changed drastically. One could see that Lu Cheng, who had been sent flying by Xiao Yan, had actually made a comeback at this moment. However, unlike before, this fellow had clearly violated the agreement he had made earlier. Not only did his physical strength erupt to its peak condition, but even the powerful dou qi within his body crazily swept out at this moment. Ha! Stinking brat! Die for me! A vicious and furious cry was emitted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Lu Cheng's body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Jin Yao. His arm shook and suddenly clenched into a fist. A frightening dou qi crazily agglomerated in his palm. At the same time, his body suddenly shook and the clothes he was wearing immediately turned into pieces. Soon after, Lu Cheng's strong body swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, his entire body had become many times larger. Following the change in Lu Cheng's body, green veins appeared on the surface of his body. They repeatedly twisted like snakes and worms, appearing as though they would burst apart at any moment. Additionally, there was dou qi covering his body. If this attack were to land, it was likely that even Jin Yao, who was at the same level as him, would not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Lu Cheng. You have violated your own agreement. You should immediately get lost from the 1,000 medicinal house. Jin Yao's heart immediately panicked when she saw the menacing Lu Cheng. Her mouth also loudly reprimanded him. Ha ha ha. The old me will naturally leave. However, before that, the old me must kill this pretty boy. If it were not for you today, this slut would have obediently followed the old me back. Lu Cheng laughed out loud when he heard Jin Yao's furious reprimand. At the same time, his charging body suddenly shook and his speed increased by a little. You! Jin Yao was furious. She did not expect this fellow to be so shameless. She was just about to attack when Xiao Yan, who was beside her, took the lead and moved first. There is no use in talking to such a person. It is better to use one's fist to reason with him. Xiao Yan's soft voice rang out. At the same time, his body had already charged forward. With a thought, the King Kong glass body was instantly displayed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body transformed into a King Kong giant. His huge body was almost the same size as the current Lu Cheng. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had taken the initiative to charge forward and transformed into a King Kong giant with a shake of his body, Lu Cheng could not help but let out an earth-shattering laugh. Soon after, the two of them collided heavily under the shocked gazes of everyone present. Bang! Immediately, a deafening explosion rang out in the room. Soon after, an incomparably powerful energy storm suddenly swept out from the place where the two of them collided. With just one blow, it sent the surrounding onlookers flying. At the same time, the floor that everyone was on was instantly destroyed by this powerful energy storm. Even the roof of the building was lifted high up into the sky by this enormous energy storm. Boom! Soon after, the roof of the building landed heavily on the 1,000 medicine shop, which had yet to collapse. The onlookers, who had been blown away by the energy storm, were now standing in the sky outside of the 1,000 medicine shop with deathly pale faces. At this moment, Jin Yao was also standing in the sky. Her long and beautiful eyes were filled with worry as they stared at two different directions in the sky. These two directions were divided by the 1,000 medicine shop. At the end of each direction, stood a huge figure. These two were undoubtedly Xiao Yan and Lu Cheng. The two of them faced each other from a distance. Their auras soared to the heavens. A terrifying energy storm swept across the sky above Yen City, immediately attracting the attention of most of the people in the city. In the vast Yen City, countless people lifted their heads and stared at the two huge figures in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, in a small open-air courtyard in the Heavenly Clouds auction house, two elders were seated at a stone table. At this moment, the expressions on the two elders' faces involuntarily changed because of this sudden turn of events in the city. The two of them first looked at each other. Soon after, they lifted their heads and looked at the two figures in the sky. Ha, this fellow is Lu Cheng Ha. Ha, this fellow has shamelessly sought out Jin Yao so many times. To think that he would actually fight with her now. Between the two of them, a white-haired elder gently stroked his beard. As he looked at Lu Cheng in the sky, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Based on this elder's appearance, he was the manager of Yen City's Heavenly Clouds auction house, Fang Qian. The one fighting with him is not Jin Yao. At this moment, the other elder beside Fang Qian, who was wearing an extremely dignified brocade robe, was frowning slightly. Both of his eyes stared intently at the giant metal figure in the sky. A doubtful expression involuntarily surged into his eyes. It was unexpected that he was actually unable to see through the cultivation level of this person given his strength. This brocade-robed elder was the chairman of Yen City's Heavenly Clouds auction house, Dong Chuan. He was an extremely strong person whose strength had reached that of a 5-star Do-D. Oh, it really is, but this fellow, who is he? From the looks of it, he is actually able to fight evenly with Lu Cheng. Even I have to be careful when facing this old fellow. That body-tempering chi method of his from the war sect is extremely difficult to deal with. Hearing this, Feng Qian finally turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan in the sky. At the same time that he exclaimed in surprise, he also revealed Lu Cheng's identity. He was actually a member of one of the 4 great sects, the war sect. That's right. I am also curious. Just who is he? Dong Chuan narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Xiao Yan in the sky. With his strength, he was able to faintly sense a vague aura being emitted from Xiao Yan's body. That aura was extremely weak, causing him to be unable to capture it. However, Dong Chuan was able to sense a somewhat familiar aura from it. It seemed that the owner of this aura was someone that he had met before. Humph. Brat, it is unexpected that you actually have some ability. However, you are still far from being able to fight with the old me just based on this. In the sky, Lu Cheng's body shook. A powerful aura spread out from within his body, causing the empty space around him to ripple. Although the collision earlier was intense, Lu Cheng did not suffer any substantial damage due to his own strength. At the very most, his chi and blood surged. However, it was quickly suppressed by him. Oh. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan, whose entire body was wrapped in golden light, softly chuckled. Under the golden light, a cold smile appeared on his pale face. Soon after, as his words fell, a vast and majestic spiritual force instantly swept out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Just like an invisible storm, it suddenly engulfed the sky above Yan City. In the next instant, everyone's expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for those who had witnessed everything with their own eyes. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. They never expected that this mysterious young man in black robes was not only powerful, but his physical strength was also terrifyingly powerful. Even his spiritual force was actually so powerful. Such powerful spiritual force. This spiritual force is probably comparable to a rank 3 alchemist. In the city, voices filled with astonishment continuously sounded out. At this moment, Jin Yao, who was hovering in the sky, could not help but reveal a smile on her beautiful face. I almost forgot that this fellow is also a rank 3 alchemist. Of course, from what Jin Yao knew, Xiao Yan had borrowed Gu Yu's strength to assume this identity. However, the current Xiao Yan had already become a genuine rank 3 alchemist after swallowing the spirit condensation fruit. At the same time, in the Heavenly Cloud auction house, Feng Qian and Dong Chuan's expressions suddenly froze when they sensed this spiritual force. Soon after, the two of them slowly turned their heads and looked at each other. Shock involuntarily surged into their eyes. I never imagined that it would actually be him. These two old men were naturally unaware of Xiao Yan's identity. However, back then, Xiao Yan had used his identity as a rank 3 alchemist to shine in Yan City. Hence, the Dong Chuan duo had a deep impression of him. This spiritual force? How is this possible? How can your spiritual force reach such a level? You have clearly trained your physical body, how can your spiritual force? In the sky, Lu Cheng's fierce-looking face revealed an expression of deep disbelief. His small eyes appeared to be widening with great effort as he stared intently at Xiao Yan. He did not dare to believe that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had soared to such an extent while his Do Qi and physical body had been trained to such an extent. Puff! However, Xiao Yan waved his hand the moment Lu Cheng let out a furious cry of disbelief. Following a puff sound, a cluster of flames rose from his hand. This also proved Xiao Yan's identity. Alchemist, you are an alchemist? How is this possible? Everything in front of him looked like an illusion. He had never heard of such a terrifying person who could achieve such achievements in 3 different areas of cultivation at the same time. This was simply impossible. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 704. In the sky, the shock in Lu Cheng's heart was indescribable when he saw the ferocious flame rising from Xiao Yan's hand. At the same time, fear involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. If Xiao Yan did not possess such powerful spiritual strength, Lu Cheng might have had the confidence to defeat him. However, the shock that the latter had given him was unprecedented. By relying on the spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan's fighting strength would be greatly enhanced. In a situation where he did not have the upper hand in terms of dou qi, physical strength, and spiritual strength, Lu Cheng did not think that he had the ability to kill the latter. Furthermore, without mentioning his terrifying charisma, just based on his spiritual strength alone, an alchemist's keen observation skills were publicly acknowledged by the entire continent. Currently, the only ones who could compare with an alchemist in terms of spiritual strength were those similarly frightening formation masters. Unfortunately, Lu Cheng was not a formation master. After secretly comparing the two in his heart, Lu Cheng's heart involuntarily sank. In the current situation, not only was it difficult to deal with Xiao Yan alone, but more importantly, there was also Jin Yao beside him. If the two of them joined hands and truly wanted to deal with him, it would be a problem whether he could leave Yen City today. Damn it! Don't tell me that I can only leave like this. When he thought of the current situation, Lu Cheng's heart was immediately filled with unwillingness. However, on second thought, fighting 2 against 1 was not a wise choice. Moreover, these two were not ordinary people. If he hesitated, it would be disadvantageous instead. Damn it! Stinking brat! Jin Yao, I will remember today's matter. In the future, I will definitely make you pay back double. Lu Cheng cursed in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was in the empty space opposite him, suddenly emitted a cold snort from his nose. Immediately, Lu Cheng sensed that the entire place was trembling slightly. Even the temperature of the place had quietly risen a little. It was as though a big battle was about to arrive. Humph! Brat, you are powerful. Today's matter ends here. However, you must remember that I will personally settle this debt sooner or later. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, as Lu Cheng angrily reprimanded, unwilling to admit defeat. All right, as long as you dare to come knocking, I will accompany you at any time. Under the golden light, Xiao Yan's pale face was cold and his tone did not show any signs of backing down. This angered Lu Cheng so much that his face contorted. However, in the end, after a furious snort, he turned his body and swiftly flew out of Yen City. Behind him, gazes filled with ridicule followed him until the end of his sight. On the other hand, when these people stared at Xiao Yan peacefully, a respectful expression surfaced on their faces. Even their faces, when Xiao Yan looked at them, quickly piled up a humble smile. In response to the crowd's reaction, a sneer involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale face. Even though he did not want to bother with these people, in his heart, he could not help but sneer. When he forced Lu Cheng back, everyone's gazes were filled with pity and ridicule. However, now that the situation of the battle had changed, the gazes of the spectators had also shifted. However, this so-called shift was extremely shameful. Taking the first step and then being respectful, just thinking about it makes one laugh. Xiao Yan softly muttered in an indifferent tone. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind. Only then did he disperse the King Kong glass body. At the same time, Jin Yao's lovely body moved. She swiftly arrived in front of Xiao Yan with a grateful smile on her face. However, just as Jin Yao was about to praise Xiao Yan with a smile on her face, she saw Xiao Yan's pale face. Immediately, the expression on her pretty face involuntarily changed. She quickly stepped forward to support Xiao Yan, but the latter gently shook his head and stopped her. There's no need, it's only some minor injuries. I'll be fine after some rest. Now is not the time to be careless. That guy has not truly left yet. If he discovers us, we will be in trouble. Xiao Yan's voice was somewhat strained as he spoke. At the same time, his gaze slowly turned towards a certain direction outside Yen City. Relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan was able to easily detect Lu Cheng's location. Right now, the latter was just as Xiao Yan had said. He had not truly left and was secretly observing the situation. Unfortunately, when Xiao Yan deliberately looked at him, he immediately knew that he had been discovered. Now, even if he did not want to leave, he had no choice. Moments later, when Xiao Yan's spiritual strength detected that Lu Cheng had truly left, Xiao Yan, who was hovering in the air, finally let out a long sigh. Soon after, he gently shook his head. His figure moved, and under the careful watch of Jin Yao, he left this area. The surrounding onlookers also gradually dispersed as Xiao Yan and the rest left. In the courtyard, Fang Qian and Dong Chuan gradually recovered from their shock. The two elders looked at each other for a long time. In the end, Dong Chuan was the first to open his mouth and say, "Perhaps, we should go and meet him." Upon hearing this, Fang Qian nodded his head in agreement. They could not bear to miss out on such a young cultivation genius. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Jin Yao also landed in a courtyard in another part of the city. This was Jin Yao's residence in Yen City. It was a rather large courtyard, and the courtyard that the two of them were currently in was merely a corner of the entire courtyard. "Are you all right?" Jin Yao's face revealed a worried expression as she looked at Xiao Yan in front of her. A self-blame expression surfaced on her pretty face. The reason Xiao Yan was injured was all because of her. Currently, Xiao Yan was injured because of her, but she herself was completely unharmed. How could this calm her heart? Relax. It is just that I have recently practiced a Do technique and am currently unable to completely grasp it. Therefore, I have exhausted myself when I attacked just now. That fellow's punch did not cause me any harm, cough. Xiao Yan's comforting words had just sounded when a coughing sound was involuntarily emitted from his mouth. Immediately, an embarrassed expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale face. This also caused Jin Yao to involuntarily laugh out loud. From Xiao Yan's point of view, Jin Yao's current attitude was much more comfortable and natural than her usual delicate and gentle act. Smiling in his heart, Xiao Yan no longer let his imagination run wild. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan, who was seated on the chair, actually really fell asleep. Jin Yao carefully listened to the orderly breathing sound that was emitted from Xiao Yan's nose. Her lovely body twisted and her enchanting snake-like waist bent as she sat on the chair opposite of Xiao Yan. Her alluring soft lovely body was lazily lying on the stone table. Her pair of pretty eyes looked at Xiao Yan, who had fallen asleep in the blink of an eye. Her red lips were slightly pursed as she smiled sweetly. A few pine trees stood in the middle of the courtyard that was filled with grass. Sunlight shone down, forming an enormous shadow on the ground. There were sparse palm-sized light circles that penetrated through the gaps between the leaves and landed in the shadow. Near the northern wall of the courtyard, there was a small pond. The water in the pond was clear and one could see the bottom of the pond. The bottom of the pond was covered with pebbles that were laid out flat. There were also aquatic plants that were gathered together, deliberately arranged to form the word gold. Clearly, it was deliberately arranged by someone. There were also fish swimming in the pond. They scuttled between the aquatic plants in a leisurely manner. Although they were exposed to the sunlight, it was clear that they were not afraid of humans. Otherwise, they would have long scattered and fled in all directions to hide. In the middle, beside a short plum tree, there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. They were placed facing each other, and on one of the chairs, there was a beautiful woman with a delicate body. Her delicate body was lying lazily on the stone table, and she was in a deep sleep. Ugh! Suddenly, a low moan was emitted from the girl's nose. Immediately, she slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw that the space above the stone chair in front of her was empty. The original figure was no longer there. Immediately, Jin Yao's heart was startled. Her mind, which had yet to completely wake up, seemed to have been stimulated by something. Her entire body immediately sat up from the stone chair. Her beautiful eyes hurriedly rotated, while her heart was filled with anxiety. That fellow could not have quietly left without saying anything, right? However, immediately after, when Jin Yao's gaze turned to the side of the pond, the breath that was tightly held in her chest also suddenly relaxed. Her lovely body immediately became soft like a deflated rubber ball. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, was seated cross-legged on a green rock beside the pond in the courtyard with his back facing her. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Both of his hands formed training seals. Following the inhalation and exhalation of his nose, waves of faint natural energy gathered toward Xiao Yan. The instant Jin Yao woke up, Xiao Yan also seemed to have sensed something. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened as a golden light flitted across the depths of his eyes. Soon after, a smile surfaced on his lips. Only then did he stand up from the green rock and turn to look at Jin Yao. "You're awake?" Xiao Yan softly smiled as he asked. At the same time, he gently lifted his feet and arrived in front of the stone table. "I thought you left without saying goodbye. You really gave me a fright." When Jin Yao saw Xiao Yan walk over and sit down, she gently nodded her head and softly smiled as she said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but softly chuckle. After which, he lifted his eyes to look at Jin Yao opposite him and said, "I came to Yen City this time because I have something to ask of you. How can I leave without saying goodbye?" When Xiao Yan's words fell, Jin Yao's heart suddenly understood. Soon after, she teased, "Looks like Xiao Yan did not really miss sister, but rather miss sister's collection, right?" Xiao Yan's mouth parted as he awkwardly smiled. "Tell me, what do you need? Perhaps I really do have it here." When she saw Xiao Yan's appearance, Jin Yao no longer continued to tease him. The smile on her pretty face disappeared as she returned to the topic at hand and seriously asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan did not hold back and directly stated his intentions. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Jin Yao could not help but deeply furrow her eyebrows. A thoughtful expression appeared on her pretty face, causing one to not dare to carelessly disturb her. 10 minutes later, Jin Yao faintly sighed as a helpless expression surfaced on her face. Her eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Xiao Yan and softly said, "I'm sorry, Fire Plume Flower. Forget about the fact that my 1000 medicine house does not have this item, I have never even heard of any information regarding it. Therefore, I'm afraid that I cannot help you this time." Upon hearing these words, a disappointed expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's face that was filled with surprise. However, he soon forced out a smile and consoled Jin Yao, "No matter, the Fire Plume Flower is an extremely precious medicinal ingredient. How can it be so easy for me to find it? This time, I only came to Yen City to try my luck. Since you don't have it, it's not a big deal." Even though he said these words, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little dejected in his heart. The Fire Plume Flower was directly related to his strength. Now that his search was fruitless, it would be a lie to say that he did not care. However, based on the current situation, he was extremely helpless. "Why don't you go to the auction house and take a look? Perhaps they will auction some valuable items there. Even I do not know the inside story. However, you are different. You are a Tier 3 alchemist and those fellows would love nothing more than to establish a relationship with you. Perhaps with their help, you will be able to find the Fire Plume Flower." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's pair of pitch-black eyes, which had just dimmed, suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Jin Yao's words instantly gave Xiao Yan hope in his heart. Perhaps, he could really borrow their strength to help him find the Fire Plume Flower. However, it would not be through the auction house. Sister Jin Yao, many thanks. Perhaps, I have a way to find the Fire Plume Flower. With this thought in mind, a warm smile immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he gratefully smiled at Jin Yao. Immediately, his figure moved as he swiftly stood up. The tip of his foot gently tapped on the empty air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared high up in the sky. However, immediately after, just as Xiao Yan was about to move, his pair of pitch-black eyes abruptly shrunk. Even the expression on his face was taken aback as his body, which had just floated in the air, froze in midair. Behind him, Jin Yao also hurriedly flew into the air, intending to ask Xiao Yan what was going on. However, just as she appeared beside Xiao Yan, at the same time, her eyes noticed the two elders standing in front of them. These two people were the manager and chairman of the Heavenly Clouds auction house, Fang Qian and Dong Chuan. The gazes of the four people in the sky focused on each other. They did not utter a single word. The atmosphere instantly became strange. However, the thing that surprised Jin Yao was that it seemed that the two people in front of her had not even glanced at her since the beginning. All of their attention was placed on Xiao Yan, who was standing beside her at this moment. Genius remembers website address in 1 second, mobile version website, M. Chapter 705. The sun shone brightly in the sky above Yen City. The scorching sunlight was like an invisible fireball that fell on the city below, causing the already noisy city to become even more restless. At this moment, in the distant horizon, 4 figures stood in the void, completely ignoring the scorching heat between the heavens and the earth that caused one's heart to become restless. In the sky, Jin Yao looked at the two elders who had appeared in front of her as the expression on her pretty face became somewhat solemn. From the looks of it, these two did not seem to have good intentions. Of course, this was merely Jin Yao's personal suspicion and she was unable to confirm that this was the truth. Jin Yao involuntarily knitted her brows as she looked at the 3 people in the square. Soon after, she took a bold step forward, her delicate body slightly tilting as she stood in front of Xiao Yan. She first respectfully bowed towards the 2 elders in front of her, before speaking in a somewhat apologetic tone. The previous matter was due to the negligence of my 1,000 medicine shop. If we have disturbed the 2 of you, I hope that Chairman Dong and Manager Fang can be magnanimous. This so-called matter was naturally referring to the battle that had occurred in the city not long ago. Jin Yao had assumed that the 2 of them were here to find trouble with Xiao Yan, hence her words. When Jin Yao's words left her mouth, the 2 people who were staring at Xiao Yan finally regained their senses. Even Xiao Yan, who was behind Jin Yao, trembled slightly as he recovered from his momentary absent-mindedness. When Xiao Yan lifted his eyes, he saw that Dong Chuan and Fang Qian also could not help but reveal a smile on their faces. This caused Jin Yao's heart to be filled with doubt. Could it be that she had made a mistake? Owner Jin, you worry too much. Lu Cheng's character is not upright and everyone has the right to punish him. However, due to his special status, it was inconvenient for us to take action. Today, when we saw this gentleman take action to dampen his spirit, the 2 of us were extremely happy. Why would we find trouble with him? An amiable smile surfaced on Dong Chuan's old face as he seemed to have seen through the thoughts in Jin Yao's heart. The words in his mouth also revealed his dissatisfaction with Lu Cheng. However, when these words were transmitted to Xiao Yan's ears, the latter involuntarily felt surprised in his heart. He could not believe anything else, but Dong Chuan had said that Lu Cheng's identity was special. This was something that Xiao Yan could not help but feel curious about. Although Lu Cheng was not weak, in the entire western region, there were countless people who were stronger than him. There were also many people who hated him to the core. However, since he had been able to survive until now, Xiao Yan would not believe that he did not have a background. When Xiao Yan regained his senses and continued to look at Dong Chuan, the latter continued to speak under Jin Yao's somewhat awkward gaze. Moreover, both our families belong to the same faction in Yen City. Within Yen City, we are one family. When faced with those outside Yen City, we should naturally be united against a common enemy. Why would we complain about the 1,000 medicine house because of this? Wouldn't doing so be equivalent to associating ourselves with Lu Cheng? When Dong Chuan's words left his mouth, Jin Yao's pretty face was instantly stunned. Soon after, her expression swiftly changed as she hurriedly apologized to Dong Chuan with an apologetic expression. Chairman Dong, please do not misunderstand. I did not mean that. Tianyun Auction House has always been upright and upright, why would I? District Master Jean, you don't have to explain. We understand. However, the 2 of us are not here to look for you, District Master Jean. Instead, we hope to invite this Mr. to our Tianyun auction house. Before Jin Yao could finish her sentence, Dong Chuan's tone changed as he straightforwardly stated the purpose of their visit. When Jin Yao regained her senses, Xiao Yan, who was behind her, also lifted his gaze as he looked at the two elders opposite him with a smile. When his gaze landed on Fang Qian, the latter politely cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan and smiled. "Mister, it has been a long time." When he saw this, Xiao Yan also cupped his hands together and returned the greeting. "Manager Fang, it has been a long time." "Ha, I have long heard this fellow mention Mr. He said that Mr. is a dragon amongst men and is one of the few outstanding talents among the younger generation. Now that I have met you, Mr.'s bearing is truly extraordinary." Beside Fang Qian, Dong Chuan echoed. "Chairman's words are too serious. The reason why I am where I am today is merely due to luck. Compared to those true cultivation geniuses, I do not dare to call myself outstanding." When he heard this, Xiao Yan cupped his fists and shook his head with a humble tone as he sighed. Seeing this, Dong Chuan could not help but nod in his heart. Young and promising, with a calm temperament, neither arrogant nor impatient. Such a temperament was undoubtedly necessary for anyone to achieve great things. Without saying much, just based on this point alone, Xiao Yan was enough to make Dong Chuan pay attention to him. "Ha, Mr. is too modest. Luck is also a part of strength. To be able to win the favor of luck already shows that Mr. has talent. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things." Dong Chuan spoke with a flattering smile. Xiao Yan also smiled in a noncommittal manner. Quickly following this, his gaze glanced at Jin Yao by the side and laughed. "Actually, I was planning to look for the two of you. I didn't expect to meet you here as soon as I left. This can be considered as telepathy." Xiao Yan chuckled. A look of surprise flashed across Dong Chuan and Fang Qian's faces. They looked at Xiao Yan and found that the latter was also staring at them. Immediately, the two of them quickly scanned the city below. The city is full of crooks and honest people. "Mr. Xiao Yan, please come to the auction house to talk." Fang Qian retracted his gaze and continued to look at Xiao Yan as he said in a serious voice. Dong Chuan by the side nodded slightly. The purpose of their trip this time around was to strengthen their relationship with Xiao Yan. Since they had heard that Xiao Yan had such intentions, they naturally hoped to invite Xiao Yan to their auction house. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at Jin Yao by the side when he heard this. His expression revealed a meaning that he was asking if the latter wanted to accompany him. "Go ahead. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with at the Thousand Medicine House. Remember to come back and look for me when you are done." Jin Yao thought for an instant in her heart when she sensed Xiao Yan's intention. In the end, she dispelled the thought of following them. When the words from her mouth sounded, her gaze stared at Dong Chuan and the other man. She appeared to be deliberately warning the two of them that these words were not meant for Xiao Yan alone to hear. When the two of them sensed the unique charm in Jin Yao's words, the two of them smiled knowingly. They did not open their mouths to say anything. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, nodded slightly after hearing Jin Yao's words. He did not appear to have sensed anything from it. However, the muscles on the corner of his mouth were lifted slightly. From Jin Yao's point of view, these two fellows in front of her were echoing each other and their words were even better than singing. No one knew just how much of the words that they had said earlier were true or false. If they were to recognize Xiao Yan's identity and wanted to kill him, would Xiao Yan not be like a lamb entering a tiger's mouth? If she was outside, she might be able to act as an outsider at a critical moment. However, if she were to follow and fight, it would really be like beating a dog behind closed doors. Xiao Yan's trip was still uncertain. Although she could ensure Xiao Yan's safety if she followed along, she could also intimidate the two of them and prevent them from plotting anything. Of course, on the other hand, Jin Yao naturally hoped that the two of them did not have any ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would use all her strength to rush into the auction house and bring Xiao Yan out safely. Xiao Yan finally sighed softly after seeing Jin Yao turn around and leave. He turned his head and looked at the two old men in front of him. Ha, District Mistress Jean seems to be quite concerned about Mr. Just as Xiao Yan turned around, Dong Chuan's face was filled with a crafty expression as he glanced in the direction that Jin Yao had left. After which, his gaze turned back to Xiao Yan. His tone carried a teasing tone as he laughed. The two of you didn't come looking for me just to say these things, right? Hearing Dong Chuan's words, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He did not like to be entangled in such matters. The expressions on the two old men's faces were involuntarily startled when they sensed the sudden change in Xiao Yan's tone. Only then did they withdraw their intention to continue joking. They led the way in front and swiftly flew in the direction of the Tianyun auction house. In a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Dong Chuan had already appeared in the small courtyard where the two of them had previously stayed. The small courtyard was set up in the auction house and was heavily guarded by the auction house's guards. This was indeed the safest place in Yen City. Without permission, no one could use spiritual strength to enter this place. Of course, if a high-tier alchemist personally intervened, especially a tier 3 alchemist like Xiao Yan, the outcome would naturally be different. Landing in the middle of the small courtyard, Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the tall pitch-black walls around him. His eyes involuntarily revealed a tinge of astonishment. The 4 tall walls practically surrounded the entire small courtyard. If an elite practitioner passed by the auction house, without careful inspection, he or she would not be able to notice the existence of this small courtyard. Landing in this place, if no one purposely inspected it, this place would definitely be overlooked. Furthermore, in order to not be disturbed, this entire small courtyard did not have an entrance or exit. The only direction one could choose to leave in was the sky above their heads. This small courtyard was specially built by the two of us and can be considered as our private place. Usually, we use a formation to conceal it. In the entire Yen City, no one knows of its existence. Besides the two of us, Mr. is the third person to be able to come here. This time around, Feng Qian's words immediately brought the relationship between them and Xiao Yan much closer. It appeared that he wanted to dissolve the awkward atmosphere from earlier. After these words left his mouth, to one side, Dong Chuan also softly chuckled. His smile was somewhat awkward, as if he was worried that Xiao Yan still held a grudge over his previous words. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan faintly smiled. With regards to the previous matter, he originally did not care much. However, he did not expect that these two fellows in front of him would treat him in such a manner. Mr. The previous matter, Chairman, there is no need to take it to heart. It was merely a joke. All I can say is that I do not like to make such jokes. Before Dong Chuan could finish speaking, Xiao Yan quickly followed with a soft chuckle, indicating that he did not mind. Upon hearing these words, the latter's heart quietly relaxed. Previously, Xiao Yan's seemingly angry expression had caused him to feel somewhat nervous and worried in his heart. After all, this was such a young Tier 3 alchemist. Forget about his Tianyun auction house, even if any factions saw him, they would take the initiative to express their goodwill. Yet, his previous actions had nearly pushed him out the door. How could he not feel nervous? Only after hearing Xiao Yan's words at this moment, did the huge rock that had been hanging in Dong Chuan's heart finally fall to the ground. When he saw this scene, a smile surfaced on Feng Qian's old face. Soon after, his eyes turned as he once again smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Oh, that's right. From before until now, the two of us have always addressed Mr. as such. May I know Mr.'s name? Can you tell the two of us?" When Feng Qian's words left his mouth, Dong Chuan immediately turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. He was also very curious in his heart. Who exactly was this black-robed young man in front of him? He was actually able to raise his alchemy skills to such a level, and was also able to train both his dou qi and physical strength to such a powerful level. Logically speaking, such a person should not be a nameless person. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face was also startled. Immediately, his eyes turned as he opened his mouth and smiled, "Of course. Since I am here, I will naturally inform the two of you of my identity. However, before that, I would like to show the two of you something. Seeing Xiao Yan's mysterious manner, Feng Qian and Dong Chuan could not help but raise their eyebrows slightly. A suspicious expression involuntarily surfaced on their old faces. Immediately, the two of them looked at Xiao Yan in unison. Their gazes stared curiously at the latter, as if waiting for him to take that thing out. Xiao Yan smiled. In his heart, he could not help but think of a person. A handsome young man wearing white clothes with extraordinary strength could be said to be the first person Xiao Yan had seen in his life. However, other than this, the most important thing was that he was Xiao Yan's friend and brother. The most unique characteristic of this person was that he held a jade fan in his hand. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan's gaze once again landed on the two old men in front of him. Under his sleeve, a white hand was slowly extended and exposed to the air. Even though the small courtyard was surrounded by 4 high walls, when Xiao Yan's hand was extended into the air, it still appeared to be white and dazzling. The two old men stared intently at Xiao Yan's outstretched hand. The curiosity in their eyes grew increasingly intense. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's mind moved. Following a flash of light, in the blink of an eye, a jade fan that was even more beautiful and white than Xiao Yan's hand appeared in Xiao Yan's outstretched hand. The instant this jade fan appeared, the expressions on the faces of the two old men in front of Xiao Yan instantly froze. 2 pairs of turbid old eyes opened wide as they stared unwaveringly at the jade fan in Xiao Yan's hand. Their faces were filled with shock. They never imagined that this jade fan, which represented a special identity, would appear in the hands of this black-robed young man in front of them. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 706. 3 human figures were standing in the middle of the small courtyard that was surrounded by tall walls. They were Xiao Yan, Feng Qian, and Dong Chuan. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent. His eyes were as calm as before. His hand was extended to the empty space in front of him with his palm facing upwards. A completely white jade fan was slowly standing in his palm. At this moment, Dong Chuan and Feng Qian in front of Xiao Yan had their eyes wide open. Their turbid old eyes stared intently at the jade fan in Xiao Yan's hand. A surprised expression surfaced on the faces of the two of them. They had never expected that this fan would actually appear in the hands of this black-robed, young man in front of them. It was a long while later when the two of them gradually recovered from their shock. Only then did they slowly raise their heads. The two of them first exchanged glances with each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. After which, they turned their gazes in unison toward Xiao Yan, who was currently holding the jade fan in his hand. The expressions on the faces of the two old men gradually became solemn. Their eyes stared intently at the person in front of them. The dou-qi within their bodies also began to quietly circulate. May I ask, where did you get this fan? Suddenly, the chairman, Dong Chuan, cupped his hands heavily toward Xiao Yan. Even the tone of his voice had changed. At the same time his words sounded, Feng Qian, who was beside him, similarly stared intently at the black-robed, young man in front of him. A pair of shriveled hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. As a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan naturally sensed this unusual action of the two old men in front of him. However, he also knew that this matter concerned the owner of this fan. They had no choice but to be extremely careful. A gift from a friend. Xiao Yan unhurriedly kept the jade fan in his hand. At the same time, his gaze stared at Dong Chuan as he spoke in a calm tone. Yes, these are the words that we wish to hear the most. However, how can Mr. prove that this fan is indeed a gift from someone else? Dong Chuan nodded. Just as he agreed, he opened his mouth again. His tone was still filled with doubt. At the same time, Dong Chuan stared at Xiao Yan with an even more solemn and profound gaze. If the person in front of him couldn't answer even a single question, no matter how talented he was in cultivation, he wouldn't be able to leave this place today. My proof is my identity. Xiao Yan still had a calm appearance. The words that came out of his mouth involuntarily caused the two in front of him to frown slightly. What kind of proof was this? In that case, please prove yourself. If you are unable to prove your identity, I'm afraid that the two of us will have to ask you to stay here for the time being. Dong Chuan's tone was somewhat dense as he spoke. A faint doqi glow gradually surged on the surface of his body while the words were spat out from his mouth. By the side, Feng Qian had also unleashed the doqi within his body. Once the situation changed, the two of them would immediately capture Xiao Yan. I am Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His mouth opened slightly as these words were spat out from his mouth. A thought passed through his heart. The instant his words sounded, a puff sound appeared in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. A cluster of brilliant flames suddenly rose. Following the rise of this cluster of flames, the temperature of the small courtyard that the three of them were standing in suddenly rose. Even the many plants that were planted within the small courtyard swiftly turned yellow. You are Xiao Yan. Seeing the brilliant flame that rose in front of them and hearing the words from Xiao Yan's mouth, the two old men did not have the slightest doubt in their hearts. The person in front of them was definitely Xiao Yan, whose name had shaken the entire western region. Do you believe me now? Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. This jade fan was given to him by Luo Jin when Xiao Yan had left Green Jade City back then. The purpose was to allow Xiao Yan to find a timely helper if he were to encounter any trouble in the future. It was also at that time that Xiao Yan found out that this so-called Tianyun auction house was actually connected to the Yunin Pavilion. On the surface, the two of them appeared to be unrelated, but in reality, they were both factions under Luo Jin's command. When he had first found out about this, Xiao Yan was extremely shocked in his heart. However, when he thought of old Luo, his heart understood. Old Luo was such a powerful existence. With the old man's support, it would not be difficult for Luo Jin to establish a faction if he wanted to. Recently, we have heard that Mr. Xiao Yan defeated the four great families a few months ago in the desolate ancient ruins. The two of us have always wanted to meet you, but we did not expect to see you today. Previously, we were disrespectful. Please forgive us, Mr. Xiao Yan. After confirming the identity of the person in front of him, Dong Chuan's old face suddenly revealed a touch of excitement. The higher-ups had reported that if Xiao Yan came one day and needed any help, regardless of the manpower and material resources, Yunin Pavilion and Tianyun Auction House must fully cooperate. The person who had given this order was the pavilion master of Yunin Pavilion, Luo Jin. At first, Dong Chuan only hoped to meet Xiao Yan one day. After all, regardless of whether it was the latter's talent or his relationship with Luo Jin, Dong Chuan attached great importance to him. However, he did not expect that the opportunity would come today. From the looks of it, it seemed that the latter had come with a purpose. However, after thinking about the previous incident, Dong Chuan could not help but feel ashamed in his heart. Immediately, he bowed to Xiao Yan with an apologetic expression on his old face. President Dong, you don't have to take it to heart. What you did just now was just to be on the safe side. This is human nature. Even in that situation just now, you still have doubts about me. This is something that I admire. If it was me, I'm afraid that I would have already dispelled all my doubts the moment I saw the Buddha Jade fan. If the other party was a fake, I'm afraid that I would have put myself in danger. Regarding this point, President Dong's method is the safest way to ensure your safety. When he saw Dong Chuan bow, Xiao Yan hurriedly helped him up. At the same time, he rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to flatter Dong Chuan. When they heard these words, Dong Chuan and Feng Qian looked at each other and smiled. Even though they knew that Xiao Yan's words were meant to comfort them, but then again, who would mind being praised by others? The three of them chatted happily and flattered each other. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the small courtyard became warm again. Previously, I heard that Mr. Xiao Yan was looking for us. I wonder if Mr. needs any help. As long as it is within our ability, we will do our best to help you. Suddenly, Dong Chuan changed the topic and asked Xiao Yan again. Now that he had revealed his identity, Dong Chuan would naturally do his best to help Xiao Yan. However, unlike what he had said before, this time, he was not only doing this because of Luo Jin's order, but also because he hoped to get closer to Xiao Yan. This was just like what he had said to Feng Qian before he was aware of Xiao Yan's true identity. It would be too much of a pity if he was unable to recruit such a training genius. When he said this, Feng Qian also looked at Xiao Yan. If they could get closer to Xiao Yan, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to them in the future. Naturally, they would not miss such an opportunity. When it came to the main topic, the expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly returned to normal. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his head and looked at Dong Chuan. That's right. I came to the Tianyun auction house this time in the hope that I could borrow your strength to find a medicinal herb for me. When Xiao Yan said this, the two men in front of him suddenly smiled. Obviously, they had expected Xiao Yan's words. As an alchemist, other than looking for pill formulas, his other purpose in coming to the auction house was probably to find medicinal herbs. I wonder what medicinal herbs Mr. Xiao Yan needs. As long as my Tianyun auction house has it, I won't be stingy. Even if we don't have it, I guarantee that I will find it for you within a month. Dong Chuan parted his mouth and smiled. His shriveled hand patted his chest, which was still quite strong. His manner was one of, leave everything to me. This scene caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely comfortable in his heart. The good impression he had of the two of them had also soared greatly in an instant. Now, the ice spirit pill was extremely important to Xiao Yan, and the fire plume flower was one of the key medicinal herbs to refine the ice spirit pill. It would be difficult for him to find the fire plume flower by himself. However, if he could borrow the power of the Tianyun auction house, it would be a different story. If that's the case, thank you Chairman Dong. A smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he cupped his hands toward Dong Chuan. Soon after, however, an anticipation swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's eyes. A pair of dark black eyes stared at Dong Chuan in front of him. His words were filled with anticipation as he asked. I wonder if the auction house has the fire plume flower. As Xiao Yan's words faded, the two old men in front of him could not help but frown slightly. It was obvious that they had heard of this fire plume flower. Although this was the case, the two of them still frowned and descended into deep thought. Their hearts also hoped that they could provide the greatest help to Xiao Yan in the matter that he needed. Unfortunately, after a while, Dong Chuan still frowned and shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Beside him, Feng Qian still frowned and fell into deep thought. No, this fire plume flower is extremely valuable. From what we can remember, we have not heard of it for more than 10 years. Furthermore, our Tianyun auction house does not seem to have handled such a medicinal ingredient before. Upon hearing these words, a disappointed look involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's face. However, soon after, Xiao Yan lifted his head and asked again with a sigh in his eyes. Since you don't have it here, I wonder if the Tianyun auction house branches in other cities have it. No, the Tianyun auction house has a special rule. If the value of an auction item is too high, it will be recorded in the records. As the chairman of the auction house, we will also see the list. From what I can remember, there is no fire plume flower on the list. Before the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, Dong Chuan interrupted him with a helpless face. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily became somewhat ugly when he heard this. It was unexpected that even the Tianyun auction house was unable to find the location of the fire plume flower. Did this not mean that there was no hope of finding the fire plume flower? The Tianyun auction house's influence was spread throughout the western region. If even they could not find it, then other ordinary factions would also not be able to find it. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt some dissatisfaction when he thought of this. In order to gather the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, his journey could be said to be extremely arduous. Now that he was about to gather all the medicinal ingredients, he was actually missing this fire plume flower at such a critical moment. What should he do? Damn it! Is there really no way to find it? Xiao Yan growled unwillingly in his heart. Steeling his heart, he suddenly clenched his fists under his sleeves and a fierce look emerged on his face. If there is really no other way, then let's go to the western wastelands and try our luck. Although it is dangerous there are many powerful practitioners. Perhaps there is hope of finding the fire plume flower there. Mr. Xiao Yan, don't be anxious. The fire plume flower is after all a rare and precious medicinal ingredient, and its value is quite high. Not long ago, I heard someone mention that this medicinal ingredient was indeed found in a certain mountain range. However, it seems that someone had already obtained it. As for the exact information, I do not know. However, I hope that Mr. can stay in Yen City for a few more days. My Tianyun auction house will definitely do our best to find Mr. Xiao Yan's whereabouts. Is that possible? Just as Xiao Yan's heart was filled with disappointment, suddenly, the silent Feng Qian seemed to have thought of something and solemnly spoke to Xiao Yan. Feng Qian's words were undoubtedly like a life-saving straw, falling into Xiao Yan's hands just as he was about to sink into a quagmire. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart, which was originally on the verge of despair, was once again rekindled at this moment. Is Steward Feng's words true? Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide open as he stared fixedly at Feng Qian before him. His words were filled with endless excitement. Mr. Xiao Yan, please rest assured that my Tianyun auction house will definitely do our best to find the fire plume flower for Mr. Xiao Yan. In that case, I will leave it to you. Feng Qian opened his mouth and laughed softly. The expression on Xiao Yan's face became even more excited. He did not expect that at such a crucial moment, Feng Qian's words would actually give him hope once again. If the two of you can help me find the fire plume flower, I guarantee that in the future, I will definitely repay you with 2 level 4 elixirs. Xiao Yan said in a firm tone as he clasped his fists towards the 2 men before him. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the faces of Dong Chuan and the other man the moment these words were uttered. Just what kind of medicinal pill was Xiao Yan refining that would actually cause him to make such a promise? Chapter 707. As the sky gradually darkened, Xiao Yan had unknowingly stayed in the Tianyun auction house for more than half a day. However, this did not affect the 3 people who were chatting in the small courtyard. Haha, this is really a joke. I did not expect that the narwhal snake would benefit from the Doqi inheritance that the 4 great clans fought over. This is really like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Ha 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 ha. Within the small courtyard, Dong Chuan's face was filled with laughter as he listened to Xiao Yan's narration. In his heart, he had a general understanding of what had happened in the desolate ancient remains a few months ago. After knowing that the Doqi inheritance had coincidentally fallen into the mouth of the narwhal snake, Dong Chuan could not help but laugh out loud. Their Tianyun auction house did not have a good impression of the 4 great sections. Now that they saw one of their people being defeated, they naturally felt incomparably carefree. Moreover, the person these people wanted to deal with was Xiao Yan. Speaking of which, according to what I know, there were very few people from the 4 large clans who successfully returned alive from the trip to the desolate ancient remains the last time. I think that this matter has already spread among the 4 large sections. These few factions will definitely act on their own. Mr. Xiao Yan should be careful about this point. Feng Qian's expression was grave as he looked at Xiao Yan. They all knew about the grudge between Xiao Yan and the 4 great sections. Even though Xiao Yan's skills were not weak, he was after all facing 4 powerful sects that had stood in the western region for hundreds of years. Their foundation was so strong that it was not something that an ordinary faction could compare with. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With just Xiao Yan's strength, it was ultimately impossible for him to fight against the 4 great sections. Feng Qian said this in hopes that Xiao Yan would be more cautious in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also revealed a solemn expression and nodded. Although Leng Bingshuang had intervened and brought him away from the desolate ancient remains at the critical moment, he was not the only one who had left. The sudden disappearance of the narwhal snake and the northern king would definitely arouse suspicion. This was especially so for the heir of the Zhuo clan, Zhuo Lin. This person was very scheming and would see anything unusual in his eyes. The latter would naturally not believe that Xiao Yan had died in the energy storm. That's right, Mr. Xiao Yan. The fellow you met during the day was also a member of the four great sections. Moreover, he was a member of the combat martial sect, which specializes in physical strength. When the four great sects were mentioned, Dong Chuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He lifted his eyebrows and spoke to Xiao Yan in a serious voice. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His eyes turned and he could not help but ask, "Are you talking about Lu Cheng?" "That's right. Mr. Xiao Yan should have seen him during the day. That fellow's physical strength is not something that an ordinary elite Dodi can compare with. This is also because he is a member of the combat martial sect." Dong Chuan's face revealed a solemn expression. Xiao Yan also narrowed his eyes. A look of understanding surfaced on his face. No wonder Lu Cheng's physical strength was so strong. It turned out that he was a member of the combat martial sect. The entire combat martial sect specialized in physical strength. The combination of Do Qi and physical body caused one's fighting strength to far surpass an ordinary strong person of the same level. Take Lu Cheng for example. Under the premise of relying on his physical strength, he was able to suppress Jin Yao, who was at the same level. However, despite this, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit of regret in his heart for what he had done during the day. Xiao Yan already had quite a deep grudge with the four great sections. Additionally, Jin Yao had once helped him. Even if he did not have that layer of relationship, Xiao Yan would still go all out in today's matter. As he thought of this, the wrinkles that had just formed between Xiao Yan's brows quickly disappeared. At the same time, Feng Qian, who was in front of him, opened his mouth once again. That Lu Qing himself is nothing much. Although he is a 2-star Do Di, it is likely that with Mr. Xiao Yan's strength, he is not worth mentioning. It is just a troublesome matter. Behind this old fellow stands an elder of the combat martial sect. That old fellow's seniority is extremely high. His strength has already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. Mr. should be more careful in the future. Thank you for the information. Hearing Feng Qian's words, Xiao Yan revealed a solemn expression as he nodded his head. Immediately, he cupped his hands together and expressed his thanks. Seeing this, Dong Chuan and the other man hurriedly cupped their hands together. After knowing the latter's identity, the two of them were even more respectful towards this rank 3 alchemist in front of them. Back then, they only knew that the person in front of them was a rank 3 alchemist. Their target in their hearts was the medicinal pills that the latter refined. However, from the looks of it now, compared to the medicinal pills, they placed more importance on their relationship with the latter. After chatting and laughing for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Unknowingly, it was already close to midnight. The moon was above the treetops, scattering a thin layer of silver light that covered the entire Yen city. Waves of laughter filled the small courtyard as the three of them chatted happily. During this period, the two old men would occasionally cleverly interrogate Xiao Yan about his background. However, Xiao Yan would easily reply with a smile, causing the two old men to be secretly surprised. During this period of time, even the two of them had nearly fallen into Xiao Yan's trap. Immediately, the two of them could not help but reveal an embarrassed smile. This interesting atmosphere continued for a long time. If no one disturbed them, it was likely that the three of them would be able to chat until daybreak. At this moment, a woman in a red dress arrived outside the Heavenly Clouds auction house with a ferocious aura all over her body. Dong Chuan and Feng Qian. Get out here for this old lady. Following an angry roar that shook the entire Yen city, in the blink of an eye, the dimly lit Yen city seemed to have caught on fire. Light after light swiftly spread throughout the city and the already silent city was abruptly awakened at this moment. Figure after figure continuously flew into the sky, their gazes either impatient or curious as they looked towards the direction of the voice. In the end, the only thing that appeared in the crowd's eyes was a gorgeous lady wearing a red dress. At the same time, the three people who were chatting in the small courtyard at this moment were suddenly shaken by this thunder-like furious cry until they recovered. The gazes of the three of them simultaneously looked toward the sky. Being a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan was naturally the first to recognize the identity of the woman. This red-dressed lady was without a doubt Jin Yao. Immediately, Xiao Yan's originally seated body abruptly stood up, as if he had just awoken from a dream. Only then did his mind recall the words that Jin Yao had said to him before she left earlier in the day. She had asked him to return to the Thousand Medicine House to look for her after he was done with his business. He did not expect that the three of them would actually reach this point in their conversation. It's Jin Yao. I nearly forgot about her. At the same time, the Dong Chuan duo, who were currently seated beside Xiao Yan, recalled the expression on Jin Yao's face when she looked at them earlier in the day. Immediately, the two of them felt as if their wives had come to bring their husbands home. However, although the two of them could not help but want to tease Xiao Yan in their hearts, they quickly recalled the expression on Xiao Yan's face when he was angry at them earlier. That gaze was truly ice-cold. The two elders looked at each other and smiled. Only then did they resentfully swallow the words that were at the tip of their tongues. At the same time, they also stood up and turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, we are truly sorry. We were too engrossed in our conversation and seemed to have forgotten about Boss Jean. At the end of his words, Dong Chuan's tone slightly paused as he silently looked towards Fang Qian. Sigh, let me go. This is also my fault. I actually forgot about what we agreed on. She must be thinking that something has happened to me here. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with regret. This matter was also his fault. If he had told Jin Yao the reason in advance, he would not have ended up in this situation. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. His body moved and his black-robed body turned into a ray of light in the dark night, causing others to be unable to see any trace of him. However, in a short period of time, Xiao Yan's body was already standing high in the sky. His eyes turned and his gaze swiftly landed on the red-dressed lady in the sky above the Tianyun auction house. Immediately after, the Dong Chuan duo followed closely behind Xiao Yan. At the same time, an ice-cold killing intent surfaced on Jin Yao's pretty face. She had not seen Xiao Yan's figure since he had entered the Tianyun auction house for nearly half a day. This caused Jin Yao to be extremely worried in her heart. The frightening aura was just like a huge mountain that stood above the heads of everyone in the city. At this very moment, other than those experts whose strength had reached the Do D class, the faces of everyone else in the entire Yen city had turned pale. Some of the weaker ones were even forced back by this pressure to spit out blood on the spot. The pressure of a Do D's aura was not something that ordinary half-emperors like them could easily withstand. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally not included among these half-emperors. The coldness in Jin Yao's pretty eyes became even denser when she saw Dong Chuan and Xiao Yan appear in the empty sky. Her entire face was filled with an endless icy cold killing intent. If anything were to happen to Xiao Yan today, she would definitely cause this heavenly cloud auction house to suffer a great loss regardless of how great the price she had to pay was. Dong Chuan. Where is Xiao Yan? Hand him over to me. Jin Yao's tone was ice-cold. Even the temperature of this place had strangely become cold. When the Dong Chuan duo heard this, they involuntarily looked at each other with embarrassed faces. It was true that once a woman was enraged, she would not care about the strength of the other party. He was a 5-star Do D, yet he was being berated by a 2-star Do D in such a manner. If it was not because the other party had some relationship with Xiao Yan, it was likely that an ordinary person would have already attacked. Cough cough. I am fine. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, finally slowly raised his head. He pulled off the black robe on his body and looked at Jin Yao with an embarrassed smile. Seeing that Xiao Yan was fine, the large rock that had been lifted in Jin Yao's heart finally fell to the ground. Soon after, her lovely body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. A pair of pretty eyes swept all over Xiao Yan's body. Only after confirming that the latter was not injured did Jin Yao sigh in relief. However, her eyes also contained caution when she looked at the Dong Chuan duo. This caused the two of them to feel helpless in their hearts. With their strength, if they really wanted to do something to the person in front of them, why would they wait until now? Could it be that it was merely because of Jin Yao? A mere 2-star do di was really nothing in front of a 5-star do di. Cuckoo, relax, I am fine. Today, I had a great chat with the two of you. Therefore, we chatted for a while and suddenly got excited, so, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. However, he involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression at the end of his words. Jin Yao's intelligent pretty eyes flickered when she saw this. Soon after, she came to an understanding in her heart. It seemed that the person in front of her had not been harmed by the two people behind her. However, he had treated her words as wind that passed his ears and had forgotten about them. Jin Yao curled her red lips violently. Her pretty face revealed a warm anger. Soon after, Jin Yao turned her lovely body. Her pretty eyes viciously swept over those people in the distant empty space who had been attracted over. Immediately, everyone withdrew in shock wherever her pretty eyes passed. Jin Yao's lovely body moved. She carried the resentment in her heart as she swiftly left this place. Xiao Yan behind her had a stunned face as he watched Jin Yao turn around and leave. He involuntarily turned around. At the same time, the two old men behind him also threw a pitiful gaze at Xiao Yan. Sigh, it's fine if you say it, but you actually spoke the truth. Don't you know that women have hearts made of glass? Can't be touched, can't be touched. The two old men looked at each other and could not help but bitterly laugh in their hearts. From now on, they could only rely on Xiao Yan to fend for himself. Mr. Xiao Yan, you should hurry and chase after her. If you are too late, you may not be able to enter the house. Even though he did not want to joke about Xiao Yan in his heart, Feng Qian could not help but tease him at the end of his words. When he heard these words, Xiao Yan's eyebrows furrowed. Indeed, he did not linger on this issue. He clasped his hands together towards the two old men in front of him. Then, he turned around and swiftly chased after Feng Qian. After Xiao Yan left, Dong Chuan and Feng Qian's gazes once again met. Then, they helplessly shook their heads and sighed. Turning around, they once again headed towards the small courtyard below. It seems like you have never told me anything about the fire plume flower. Landing in the small courtyard, Dong Chuan could not help but ask with a puzzled expression. If Feng Qian had not personally mentioned it today, he would not have known that the latter actually had information about the fire plume flower. Sigh, that is not true. I have indeed heard someone mention the fire plume flower before. However, that was merely a coincidence. I am simply unable to confirm whether the fire plume flower truly exists. I did not mention it today only to stall for time. Hopefully, we will really be able to find the fire plume flower. When he heard Dong Chuan's words, Feng Qian helplessly shook his head. A solemn expression surfaced on his elderly face. The latter could not help but slightly raise his eyebrows as he was extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Feng Qian's words were actually used to threaten Xiao Yan. This was truly crazy. You rascal, haven't you thought about how we are going to explain to him if we are unable to find the fire plume flower? Xiao Yan obviously values the fire plume flower greatly. If we are unable to find it, then our relationship with him will be completely severed. Before Dong Chuan could finish his words, Feng Qian quickly followed up. At the same time, the solemn expression on his face became even more pronounced. Tomorrow, I will send people out to search for the fire plume flower in all the large cities in Shilin region. No matter what, let's give it a try. After all, we cannot disappoint his hopes. Dong Chuan furrowed his eyebrows as he said. When he heard this, Feng Qian first nodded his head. However, immediately after, he gently shook his head. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, he solemnly said. No, wait for tomorrow. Immediately send people out. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 708. Night. In a certain courtyard in Yen City, a beautiful lady whose delicate body was wrapped in a red dress was currently standing beside a pond in the courtyard. Her two lotus root-like white jade arms were crossed in front of her chest. Her delicate body stood upright, completely revealing her alluring figure. Compared to her usual self, this lady at this moment could be considered a true stunner. Coupled with the current situation, one could not help but have wild and fanciful thoughts in one's heart. At this very moment, the lady's beautiful eyes were listlessly staring at the pond in front of her. Her tender and alluring red lips were slightly pouted, while a somewhat complaining expression appeared on her pretty face. Soon after, in the sky above this small courtyard, a pitch-black figure approached from afar in the dark night. Finally, it landed in the small courtyard. This person was Xiao Yan, while the beautiful lady standing beside the pond in the small courtyard was undoubtedly Jin Yao. Cough cough. After descending, Xiao Yan's face under his black robe involuntarily turned slightly red as he raised his eyes to look at Jin Yao. An awkward expression involuntarily appeared on his old face. He could only cough softly twice to indicate his arrival. "Weren't you having a good time chatting? Why did you come back?" Even though she clearly knew that Xiao Yan was not far behind her, Jin Yao still pretended as if she had only just discovered him. She was silent for a long time before she finally spoke. Upon hearing these words, the awkward expression on Xiao Yan's old face became even more pronounced. He awkwardly smiled and lowered his head. His gaze stared at a beautiful flower that was blooming under the moonlight on the ground. He paused for a moment before he spoke. "Regarding today's matter, I am indeed sorry. Because of their relationship, I have caused you to worry. This is my fault. After which, I even forgot about you. This is also my fault." Xiao Yan did not intend to find an excuse to explain. He had indeed forgotten about Jin Yao today. This matter was his fault and there was no need for him to find an excuse. This is already the second time today. After a long while, Jin Yao, who did not hear Xiao Yan's explanation, slowly turned around. Her red lips parted slightly. Compared to before, the resentment on Jin Yao's pretty face had clearly lessened by quite a bit. Perhaps due to the latter's sincerity, Jin Yao had forgiven him in her heart. Hearing Jin Yao's words, Xiao Yan couldn't help raising an eyebrow, feeling a little puzzled. The reason Jin Yao said it was the second time was because Xiao Yan had disappeared from her sight without her consent. The first time was in this small courtyard. She thought Xiao Yan had left without saying goodbye. The second time was when Dong Chuan and the other man didn't see Xiao Yan. Jin Yao mistakenly thought that something had happened to Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan didn't appear tonight, then even if Dong Chuan and the other man tried to persuade her, Jin Yao would still do her best to fight them. After staring blankly for a while, Xiao Yan seemed to have understood something. He lowered his head and remained silent. He didn't know what to say in his heart. "Sorry, next time, I don't want there to be a next time." Before Xiao Yan could spit out the words from his mouth, Jin Yao lifted her pretty eyes. Her long and narrow eyes stared at Xiao Yan as she spoke in a decisive manner. Xiao Yan was first taken aback, his face showing that he didn't know what to do. Then, he nodded heavily at Jin Yao and solemnly said, "Definitely." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Jin Yao pursed her lips and smiled, as if she didn't care about what had happened earlier. And this was indeed the case. Jin Yao believed in Xiao Yan. This had started from the moment Xiao Yan defeated Lu Cheng and she would never doubt him again. Since Xiao Yan had said these words, Jin Yao naturally believed that next time, or in the future, Xiao Yan would definitely not leave without saying goodbye. "Is there any progress on the fire plume flower?" Relaxing her mood, Jin Yao gently exhaled. A smile quickly flitted across her beautiful face, her shapely eyebrows slightly knitted together as she looked at Xiao Yan and asked. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan first smiled and nodded, but quickly frowned and shook his head in uncertainty. This caused Jin Yao to be extremely puzzled. Could it be that they didn't find the fire plume flower? If they couldn't even find a single fire plume flower in the collections of the Heavenly Cloud auction, then they probably couldn't find a second one in the entire western regions. "Nothing?" Jin Yao slowly asked, the expression on her beautiful face was exceptionally cautious. she knew that the fire plume flower was very important to Xiao Yan. When this matter was mentioned, her face quickly regained its seriousness. There is indeed no fire plume flower in the heavenly cloud auction. Xiao Yan's tone was somewhat doubtful as he said. At the same time, Jin Yao, who was slowly walking forward, couldn't help but frown slightly. If that's the case, it was indeed hopeless to find the fire plume flower. Fortunately, Manager Fang Qian seems to have some information in this area. In the next few days, he will help me search. I believe that there should be some news soon. Just as Jin Yao was helplessly knitting her eyebrows, Xiao Yan's despondent face suddenly surfaced with a smile. Following which, a tinge of surprise appeared in his eyes. When these words left his mouth, a smile instantly surfaced on Jin Yao's beautiful face. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Yan will temporarily stay in Yen City for a period of time while waiting for news of the fire plume flower? When she thought of this, joy immediately surfaced in Jin Yao's heart. For some reason, a faint crimson flush surfaced on her fair and beautiful face. However, due to the cover of the moonlight, Xiao Yan before her did not notice. What do you plan to do next? Jin Yao blinked her pair of exquisite large eyes as she asked with a lovable smile. Xiao Yan's eyes swiveled as he pursed his lips and looked at Jin Yao in front of him. He softly smiled and said, I also don't know what to do. I have nowhere to go. Therefore, I wonder if it would be convenient for district owner Jin to stay for a while. Oh. Coincidentally, I have quite a number of empty rooms here. You can take your pick. The two of them seemed to be singing a double act. Although they were well aware of the situation, they purposely spoke respectfully. After a short while, the small courtyard could not help but emit the laughter of the two people, which gradually soared under the light of the silver moon. During the next couple of days, Xiao Yan avoided the trouble of searching for the fire plume flower by himself. He continued to stay in Jin Yao's private villa. It was quiet and there was no one to disturb him. Xiao Yan was happy to do so. In his free time, other than carefully controlling the powerful spiritual strength that he had just obtained, he placed his mind on the strength elephant skill. Although Xiao Yan was currently able to generally display the strength of the force elephant skill, he was not very familiar with the force elephant skill from the few battle experiences he had. It was likely that he was still quite a distance away from being able to truly control it. After all, based on the current situation, Xiao Yan might have successfully practiced the force elephant skill, but his control of his own strength was not as smooth as what was described in the scroll. Needless to say, he was unable to unleash a powerful strength like using 4 tails to defeat 1,000 pieces of gold. In the small courtyard, Xiao Yan had moved a huge rock from somewhere. At this moment, it was calmly placed in front of Xiao Yan. The huge rock was heavy and huge, like a small mountain. Looking from afar, even from a distance outside the small courtyard, one could still vaguely see the huge size of the huge rock. At this moment, Xiao Yan was standing steadily in front of the huge rock. Under Xiao Yan's feet was a mud pit that was not too muddy. Xiao Yan stood in the mud pit without any external help. His feet were steady, and his entire body was obviously sinking slightly until the mud pit could barely support the weight of Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's arms were naturally hanging down. His eyes were slightly closed, and his breathing was steady and orderly. He was trying his best to adjust his body's condition so that he could maintain a delicate balance with the mud pit under his feet. This kind of balance was extremely fragile. If there was even the slightest movement, Xiao Yan's legs would quickly sink into the mud pit. At this moment, Xiao Yan was trying his best to control his body's focus in order to maintain this balance. Xiao Yan's face did not reveal the slightest relaxed expression as he stood in this muddy pit where he could sink into it at any moment. Although he was a half-emperor expert, under the premise that he did not use any do qi, his body could only be considered as stronger than an ordinary person. Standing in the mud pit, he was similarly helpless. However, because of this, Xiao Yan intended to use this mud pit to improve his control of his body's strength. Xiao Yan had always had high requirements for himself, and this time was no exception. In order to improve his control of his body's strength, Xiao Yan had to maintain a stable standing in the mud pit while using the force elephant tactic to shatter the huge rock in front of him. It was not difficult for Xiao Yan to shatter the huge rock. However, the key was that Xiao Yan's body had to remain standing in the mud pit while shattering the huge rock. This was a great challenge for Xiao Yan, who did not use any dou qi. Phew, Xiao Yan breathed carefully. In order to maintain the stability of his body, he had to be very careful with his every movement. Even his breathing had to be exceptionally careful. Xiao Yan's white palms slowly folded under his sleeves. Every movement of his seemed very delicate. He gradually raised his arms. In the center of his palms, strength quietly gathered and became stronger little by little. Imperceptibly, Xiao Yan's entire body's focus had also changed. Xiao Yan's body began to tilt to one side. Although the arc was not big, Xiao Yan could still clearly sense it. Xiao Yan's heart slightly tensed up. Then, his heart quickly calmed down. In fact, this situation was not the first time in these few days. After dozens of failures, Xiao Yan had already learned some experience. The situation that he was in now was a sign that Xiao Yan was about to fall into the mud pit. However, Xiao Yan gradually became familiar with this situation. He also had a new countermeasure in his heart. He thought that this might work. Of course, this was already the umpteenth time that Xiao Yan had comforted himself like this. Xiao Yan's other hand slowly clenched into a fist. Xiao Yan's slightly tilted body indeed stabilized. However, his entire body, which was standing in the mud pit, was clearly slightly sunk downwards. Xiao Yan took in a deep breath, as though doing so could reduce the pressure that his body was exerting on the mud pit. He did not know if Xiao Yan's method was effective or if it was for some other reason, but Xiao Yan's sunken body no longer moved. He was immediately overjoyed. The two palms under his sleeves slowly lifted up from the left, slowly and heavily, as if he was carrying some heavy burden. Fortunately, this time, Xiao Yan did not fail. Even when Xiao Yan raised his hands to his chest and clenched them tightly, his body was still stable. This could not help but make Xiao Yan's heart beat faster. It seemed that he was not far from the final step of success. As long as he could successfully throw out a punch, after shattering the huge rock in front of him, his body could still stand steadily in the mud pit. This could be considered a success. Of course, at the same time, Xiao Yan also understood in his heart that the final punch was the most difficult. However, right now, the arrow on the bow had to be released. Furthermore, seeing that he was only one step away from the final step, how could Xiao Yan relax so easily? Xiao Yan held a breath in his chest. His entire body tensed up. The air was still inhaling through Xiao Yan's nose. Nervousness and excitement made Xiao Yan inhale even more frantically. For the final attack, he did not dare to relax, causing his entire chest to seem especially protruding. Finally, Xiao Yan's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. However, his entire body stood steadily. His feet were slightly sunken in the mud pit, but they did not completely sink. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yan made up his mind. His two fists were about to fiercely punch forward. And it just so happened that at this moment, Xiao Yan, sister is back. You didn't run away, right? Ha 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 ha. A lovely laughter that was filled with temptation suddenly sounded in the small courtyard. Xiao Yan's body, which was about to move, suddenly sank. His two legs once again sank into the mud pit. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut. His eyebrows instantly furrowed. The breath that was tightly held in his chest was also instantly exhaled. His entire body was like a deflated rubber ball as it instantly softened. Xiao Yan did not expect that Jin Yao, who had not appeared for a few days, would not appear any sooner or later. Just as he was about to succeed, she suddenly appeared like a natural disaster. Ha 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 ha, because of the matter with Lu Qing last time, there were many matters in the Thousand Medicine House that could not be resolved in time. It caused me a lot of trouble. Until today, it has finally been resolved. Jin Yao smiled in a relaxed manner as she walked to Xiao Yan's side. Seeing the latter's strange appearance, a curious expression involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. "You are?" Jin Yao's pretty face was filled with suspicion as she asked. Her tone was somewhat strange. Xiao Yan's mouth was madly twitching in his heart. In the end, he could only helplessly sigh. Lightly shrugging his shoulders, he did not say anything as he walked out of the mud pit. Jin Yao's pretty face was also filled with suspicion, indicating that she did not know what had happened. Soon after, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Just as she was about to tell Xiao Yan about what had happened in the Thousand Medicine House, an elderly figure appeared outside the small courtyard. Immediately after, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan and Jin Yao. The person who had arrived was the steward of the Tianyun auction house, Fang Qian. "Mr. Xiao Yan, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The fire plume flower has been found. Please remember the domain name of this book. M. Chapter 709. The sudden arrival of Fang Qian also caused Xiao Yan to be slightly taken aback. However, immediately after, when Xiao Yan heard the words that came from the latter's mouth, the expression on his face instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, what emerged was endless joy and excitement. Xiao Yan originally thought that he would have to stay here for 10 days to half a month. However, he did not expect that in just a few days, there was already news of the fire plume flower's whereabouts. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Fang Qian's figure landed in the small courtyard. First, he smiled and cupped his hands together towards Jin Yao, whose face had darkened when she saw him. Then, he walked towards Xiao Yan, cupped his hands together and smiled. "Ha, mister, I have already sent someone to help you find the whereabouts of the fire plume flower that you are looking for." Although he had clearly heard Fang Qian's words earlier, Xiao Yan's heart had become even more excited after hearing Fang Qian's confirmation once again. "Thank you for your trouble, Manager Fang." Xiao Yan cupped his hands together towards Fang Qian in front of him and said with a joyful face. "Ha, Mr. is too polite. It was just a small matter, there is no need to thank me. Moreover, if we can really help Mr., it is our fortune. Mr. need not thank me." Fang Qian respectfully cupped his hands to Xiao Yan and spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan also smiled. However, he did not notice that Jin Yao's pretty face was currently gloomy. Originally, she thought that after settling the matters within the Thousand Medicine shop, she should be able to relax and accompany Xiao Yan for a few days. However, from the looks of it, after she had just settled the matters within the Thousand Medicine shop, Xiao Yan was about to leave in the blink of an eye. While she felt regret in her heart, Jin Yao was also happy for Xiao Yan. From the conversation a few days ago, Jin Yao knew that Xiao Yan valued the fire plume flower. Now that there was news about it, she was naturally overjoyed. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan's departure left Jin Yao with sadness and disappointment. Sigh, Jin Yao helplessly sighed in her heart. She stood by the side and was silent. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, smiled and chatted with Fang Qian for a while before looking at the latter. "Ha, Sister Jin Yao, thank you for taking me in these few days. With the whereabouts of the fire plume flower, it's time for me to leave." Seeing the disappointment on Jin Yao's pretty face, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but faintly. However, in the end, he still could not help but sigh in his heart. "You're leaving?" Jin Yao lifted her pretty eyes. Her gaze was distant as she looked at Xiao Yan in front of her. Her tone carried a little loneliness as she asked. Fang Qian by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He was naturally able to tell that Xiao Yan and Jin Yao's relationship was not ordinary. Although the two of them had only met twice and could be said to have not known each other for long, Xiao Yan's various actions caused Jin Yao, a 2-star Dodi, to be endlessly impressed in her heart. This was especially the case when Xiao Yan had intervened for her. Using the strength of a half-D to contend with a Do-D, this kind of shocking action was the best way to capture a woman's heart. Although this appeared a little old-fashioned, it was undoubtedly the most effective method. Wasn't this point proven by Jin Yao? I will first go to the auction house to understand the specific situation of the fire plume flower. I should be leaving today. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Yan finally spoke slowly. Cuckoo, mister, why don't you chat with district owner Jean first? There are still some matters that have not been settled in the auction house. The old me will return first. The expression in Feng Qian's old eyes flickered slightly. His gaze swept back and forth between the two people in front of him. A moment later, he finally spoke with a smile. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wait! Jin Yao, who was facing Xiao Yan, suddenly turned around and hurriedly called out to Feng Qian. At the same time, Xiao Yan also slowly turned around. An awkward expression flashed across his face. At the same time, it was also mixed with a helplessness. District owner Jean, is there anything else? Feng Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. His old eyes looked at Jin Yao before sweeping over Xiao Yan beside her. His voice was uncertain as he asked. Xiao Yan, you should go with him. I remember that there are still some matters that have not been settled in the Thousand Medicinal House. I'm afraid that I cannot accompany you any longer. Jin Yao turned her head and looked at Xiao Yan as she forced a smile. The matters in the Thousand Medicinal House had all been settled. Hence, Jin Yao had returned to this small courtyard. Xiao Yan was well aware of this point. The reason why Jin Yao said this was just to find an excuse. She did not know what she should say to Xiao Yan after Feng Qian left and how she should say it. In order to avoid any awkwardness between the two of them, Jin Yao chose to leave on her own. This would lessen the apologetic feeling in Xiao Yan's heart. At the same time, it would allow Xiao Yan to focus more on his own matters. After all, the fire plume flower was just too important to Xiao Yan. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to speak, Jin Yao had already stepped into the air. Her beautiful face carried a forced smile as her delicate body moved and swiftly left the place. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan and Feng Qian were left in this small courtyard. Sigh, he helplessly sighed as he recalled that he had clearly told Jin Yao that he would let her know when he was leaving. However, he never expected that all of this would happen so suddenly. The sun was high in the morning. After this trip to the Heavenly Clouds auction house, Xiao Yan should be able to leave Yen City soon. However, could this be considered as leaving without saying goodbye? Although Jin Yao was the one who knew about this news, Xiao Yan still felt a little apologetic in his heart. Mr. Xiao Yan, let's go. Feng Qian could see the apprehension and hesitation in Xiao Yan's heart. For the sake of this important matter, Feng Qian had no choice but to wake Xiao Yan up from this state. After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan's expression slightly froze as his gaze involuntarily turned towards the direction that Jin Yao had left. Because she was worried about Xiao Yan, the direction that Jin Yao had left in was not towards the Thousand Medicinal House. Mr. Xiao Yan, let's go. Feng Qian seemed to be a little impatient, but his voice was still calm. However, there was a slight tremble in his voice like a zither string, indicating that the latter's heart was not at peace. Xiao Yan interrupted Feng Qian's words as his figure flashed as he led the way in a familiar manner, while Feng Qian followed beside him. After he and Dong Chuan found out about Xiao Yan's identity, they no longer dared to treat the latter with the status of a superior. Furthermore, the latter was no ordinary individual. When they faced Xiao Yan now, they unknowingly felt that Xiao Yan was a head above them. However, Xiao Yan did not care about this. Xiao Yan flew forward as he rushed into the empty air. At the same time, he sensed the gazes that were thrown over from the city below. Almost everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Mr. Xiao Yan's strength is extraordinary. After your previous exchange with Lu Cheng, no one in Yen City would dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Feng Qian smiled as he spoke, his words unavoidably laced with flattery. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan did not comment as he smiled. He still clearly remembered the disdain and pity in these people's eyes when they looked at him back then. This was not because Xiao Yan was holding a grudge, but because he had seen too much and Xiao Yan no longer believed in them. These people were like foxes. One moment, they might be smiling at you, but who knows when they will bite you in the next moment. These people were even more treacherous than the grass on the top of a wall. After the short scam, Xiao Yan and Fang Qian once again arrived at the Tianyun auction house. It was still the same small courtyard. From afar, Xiao Yan could see a figure standing in the middle. Needless to say, it was naturally Dong Chuan. When Xiao Yan and Fang Qian landed in the middle of the small courtyard, Dong Chuan had already turned around. First, he swiftly exchanged glances with Fang Qian, then looked towards Xiao Yan as he laughed heartily. "Ha, Mr. Xiao Yan, it has only been a few days since we last met and you look so much better than before." Xiao Yan smiled. He really could not stand this Dong Chuan, who had started to flatter him the moment he arrived. "This time, I am here to find out more about the fire plume flower. President Dong, please speak your mind." Following Dong Chuan's footsteps, Xiao Yan sat down at a stone table that had already been prepared and slowly spoke. When they saw that Xiao Yan had cut straight to the chase, Dong Chuan and Fang Qian could not help but look at each other. The speech that they had prepared in advance was instantly shattered by this one sentence. That's just as well. I know that Mr. Xiao Yan has waited for a long time. Therefore, I shall not say any unnecessary words. We have already confirmed the news of the fire plume flower. 2 months ago, a fire plume flower was indeed born. However, it has already been plucked by someone. Now, the owner of that fire plume flower wishes to auction off that fire plume flower in an auction. There is less than a month's time left until the auction. After a slight pause, Dong Chuan decided not to beat around the bush and spoke directly. Auction? A month? Then President Dong, do you know where the auction will be held? Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Yan picked out the key point in Dong Chuan's words. Yes, according to my understanding, the auction will be held in a city called Xian City. Unfortunately, Xian City is located within the territory of the Sky Sword sect. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across Dong Chuan's face. Soon after, he continued to speak. However, his following words caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily frown. It was unexpected that the auction location of the fire plume flower would actually be within the territory of the Sky Sword sect. In this way, it was extremely likely that he would bump into people from the Sky Sword sect on this trip. After the incident at the desolate ancient remains, the Sky Sword sect would definitely hate him to the core. With Xiao Yan's last annihilation fire lotus, he had caused the Sky Sword sect to suffer quite a great loss. A total of 2 3-star Do Di, and one of them was the heir of the Hua clan. This time around, once Xiao Yan's identity was exposed, he would likely be surrounded and killed by the Sky Sword sect. Do you know the exact location of Xian City? Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit together. His expression was solemn. The last time around, it was because Leng Bingshuang had intervened in time that he had the opportunity to leave that place alive. This time around, Leng Bingshuang and Guyu were no longer around. The only person that Xiao Yan could rely on was himself. The location of Xian City, Dong Chuan had just opened his mouth when he paused. He was also aware that the fire plume flower was extremely important to Xiao Yan. However, at the same time, he also knew that once he told Xiao Yan the exact location of Xian City, it was extremely likely that he would face a life and death situation. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned after guessing the concern in Dong Chuan's heart. This was like a man and a woman who were taking off their clothes. They were halfway through taking off their clothes when the woman suddenly stopped. It caused one to feel extremely anxious and uncomfortable. However, soon after, Xiao Yan smiled slyly. He parted his mouth and looked at Dong Chuan. His face was filled with laughter as he said, "Since you have already said so much, you can't possibly stop here. Moreover, since it is a city within the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect, there are definitely many people who know about it. Even if you don't tell me, I can still go out and ask around." Dong Chuan suddenly came to a realization when he heard this. At the same time, he smiled helplessly. He glanced at Fang Qian and discovered that the latter was also looking at him with a bitter smile. Immediately, the both of them sighed in their hearts. Dong Chuan lifted his head to look at Xiao Yan and helplessly said, Xian City is located at the border between the Hua clan and the Bai clan. It is a city that is jointly managed by the two clans. Due to the fire plume flower being auctioned this time around, it has attracted the attention of many experts from the two clans. Therefore, haha, thank you for informing me, Chairman Dong. Before Dong Chuan could finish speaking, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and cupped his hands together towards Dong Chuan. The smile on his face appeared to be quite relaxed. Mr. Xiao Yan, are you not worried about the people from the two large clans? Dong Chuan frowned. His words contained some anger. He did not expect that Xiao Yan did not reveal the slightest trace of worry when he said these words. Instead, he appeared to be indifferent. Could it be that he was not the least bit worried about the people from the Hua clan and the Bai clan? Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head when he heard Dong Chuan's words that contained a warning tone. Seeing this, Dong Chuan's face immediately became anxious as he hurriedly said, Mr. Xiao Yan, the two clans will send elite Do Di to the scene. At that time, haha, Chairman Dong, there is no need to worry. It has not reached that time yet. Why should you be worried? Being afraid before the battle is the beginning of failure. I don't think that I will be held back by them. Since I dare to go, I naturally have my own means to protect my life. Dong Huizheng need not worry about this point. Besides, Xiao Yan softly smiled. At the end of his words, he suddenly paused. At the same time, deep within Xiao Yan's eyes, a glint flashed across. Seeing this, Dong Chuan helplessly sighed. He could only hope that Xiao Yan really had his own means to protect his life. Otherwise, the trip to Xian City would be troublesome. They did not wish for Xiao Yan, whom Luo Jin had instructed them to help, to hand over his life because of them. This was not something that Luo Jin wanted to see. Similarly, they did not want to see it. Haha, if there is nothing else, I will return first. After saying these words, Xiao Yan turned around and prepared to leave. Mr. Xiao Yan, you are going back. Where are you going? Xiao Yan had just turned around when Fang Qian and Dong Chuan behind him were instantly stunned. They exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, Fang Qian asked in a curious tone. I am naturally going to the Thousand Medicine House. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The frowns of the two people behind him became even more intense. Mr. Xiao Yan, Xian City is quite a distance from Yan City. There is less than a month's time left. If you continue to waste time like this, I'm afraid, don't worry, I am confident. Xiao Yan's back was facing the two of them. As he softly laughed, he waved his hand with his back facing the two of them. After which, his body moved and his feet stepped into the air. Soon after, he flew in the opposite direction of the Thousand Medicine House. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 710. Thousand Medicine House. A few days ago, an entire floor of the Thousand Medicine House had been destroyed because of Lu Cheng. At the same time, the entire Thousand Medicine House was more or less affected. However, under Jin Yao's command, the Thousand Medicine House had once again returned to its original appearance in less than a week. Looking from the outside, the entire Thousand Medicine House looked brand new and appeared even more imposing than before. Even the flow of people within the Thousand Medicine House had greatly increased. Of course, it was inevitable that there would be some people who came for Xiao Yan. The reason was naturally because of his fight with Lu Cheng. Unfortunately, although these people came to the Thousand Medicine House with an expectant attitude, they were ultimately unable to see Xiao Yan. Instead, under the crazy recommendations of the various managers in the house, the Thousand Medicine House brought in quite a lot of business. At this moment, in a certain independent room within the Thousand Medicine House, an absolutely beautiful lady whose delicate body was wrapped in a red dress was lying on a wooden table near the window with a depressed expression. Her long and narrow eyes looked from top to bottom at the endless stream of people on the streets outside the house. Her eyes were lifeless and it seemed as though she was thinking about something in her heart. Ugh, he clearly said that he would inform me before he left. I never expected that he would leave today. What a man, a liar, the lady softly muttered in her mouth. Her voice was filled with resentment. This lady was surprisingly Jin Yao, who had left Xiao Yan and Feng Qian and finally returned to the Thousand Medicine House by herself. Jin Yao's long and narrow pretty eyes lifted slightly. Her gaze was focused in the direction of the exit of the city. It was as though she was waiting for something to appear. At the same time, the resentment in her eyes grew even more intense. That fellow, who knows if he will leave the city from another direction. To think that I actually want to see him from here. I am really thinking too much. Leave, leave. It is best that you don't come back in the future. You only make me worry when you come and leave without a care in the world. Ha, who said that I am leaving? Since I have promised you, I will naturally do as I say. Just as Jin Yao's beautiful face was gloomy, a familiar chuckle suddenly came from outside the window. Immediately after, from above the window, a figure in a black robe slowly descended. His feet stepped on the void and landed beside the window, his height was the same as Jin Yao's. Upon seeing the figure that had suddenly appeared, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face froze for a moment. Soon after, she regained her senses and hurriedly looked over. Soon after, she saw Xiao Yan in a black robe. You, don't worry. If you don't agree, I definitely won't leave easily. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His smile looked rather warm and intoxicating. Haven't you already left? Regaining her senses, Jin Yao still couldn't believe it. Xiao Yan was clearly preparing to leave, so why would he appear here? Logically speaking, Xiao Yan should have left by now. Could it be that you're here to see me before you leave? Don't think that I will forgive you just because of this. Don't expect me to forgive you for leaving without saying goodbye. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to speak, Jin Yao continued to speak, causing Xiao Yan to be speechless for a moment. In his heart, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In order to not let you forgive me, so, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He was just about to spit out his words when he suddenly paused. Jin Yao, who was by the window, immediately stood up. A pair of pretty eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Her eyes were widened until they were completely round. A cold snort was emitted from her nose as she twisted her lovely body and prepared to leave. Therefore, I plan not to leave today. The next moment, when the words were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, Jin Yao, who had just walked to the front of the door, froze on the spot with her soft and seemingly boneless lovely body. A smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. At the same time, Jin Yao, whose back was facing Xiao Yan, also had a beautiful smile on her pretty face. What about the fire plume flower? You don't want it anymore? Jin Yao turned around. Her graceful figure was mesmerizing, but Xiao Yan did not have any other thoughts. I'll leave tomorrow, there's still time. Xiao Yan smiled in a casual manner. I'm curious, how did they find the fire plume flower? Even I haven't heard any news about it recently. Jin Yao smiled and shifted her attention to the fire plume flower. Xiao Yan softly smiled and did not speak. He did not intend to tell Jin Yao that the fire plume flower was far away in Xian City. That would only make her worry. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I can't be bothered to ask. When she saw Xiao Yan's expression, although Jin Yao did not seem to mind, she could not help but worry in her heart. If the location of the fire plume flower was not important, Xiao Yan could have told her. But since he did not, it meant that the location of the fire plume flower was not a safe place. Oh right, what were you doing in my courtyard previously? I seem to have disturbed you, I'm sorry. Changing the topic, Jin Yao brought up the incident in the courtyard. When she thought of Xiao Yan's pathetic appearance in the mud, Jin Yao could not help but let out a bell-like laughter. It's all your fault, you caused me to be in such a sorry state. Xiao Yan came to the window and finished the cup of tea on the table in one gulp. Hey, that's mine. Jin Yao softly exclaimed, her beautiful face flushed red. Although she had almost forgotten about the cup of tea, she was used to using this teacup. Ha! Xiao Yan laughed out loud. Jin Yao covered her mouth and giggled, her mouth softly spitting. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. The silver moon hung high in the sky and the stars shone brightly. The night sky was like a vast sea and the ground was like a boundless snowfield. On the roof of the Thousand Medicine Clinic, two figures casually sat there. Looking from afar, the silver moon seemed to be behind them, like a background, a foil. Jin Yao casually fiddled with the accessories on her wrist, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Xiao Yan. The latter was lying on the roof, gently chewing on a small piece of grass. Xiao Yan, just who are you? Suddenly, the silence between the two was broken by Jin Yao's curious words. Xiao Yan was startled. Because of his gentle chewing, the swaying grass in the air paused. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Jin Yao, who was looking at him. He turned his gaze back and looked at the distant night sky. The resplendent sea of stars reflected in his eyes, reflecting specks of starlight. Why do you suddenly ask? Xiao Yan was silent for a moment before replying with a question. Because I feel that you're different from others. You're different from everyone I've met. You and them, including me, don't seem to belong to the same world. Is it because you've never met anyone who can challenge a Dou Di with the strength of a half-emperor? Xiao Yan softly asked after the words left Jin Yao's mouth. Perhaps. Actually, I don't know. It's just a kind of intuition. Jin Yao was silent. She copied Xiao Yan's manner and shrugged her shoulders before speaking in a faint manner. A woman's intuition is really frightening. The muscles at the corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Jin Yao was right. They didn't belong to the same continent. Are you from the central region? Or is your family from the central region? Suddenly, Jin Yao questioned Xiao Yan in a seemingly unwilling manner. In her imagination, it was likely that only the people from the middle region possessed such a great training talent and such a frightening fighting strength. In her imagination, it was likely that only the people from the middle region of the continent possessed such an ability. However, Xiao Yan merely smiled and shook his head in front of Jin Yao's focused eyes. This kind of reply involuntarily caused Jin Yao's pretty face to reveal a surprised expression. Then, do you have a family? Or is it someone you've always liked? Jin Yao hesitated for a moment before she involuntarily asked. However, her voice gradually became softer. The end of her words could not be heard clearly. They are still very far away. The appearance of Sun Er and Kai Lin surfaced in his mind. After that, it was Xiao Xiao and the other children. They. You have children? A disappointed expression flashed across Jin Yao's pretty face. However, she still couldn't help but ask. Haha, that girl Xiao Xiao should be an adult by now. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see her here. Xiao Yan sighed and smiled. A lonely expression appeared on his face. Beside him, Jin Yao also became silent because of this. The silent night flowed by in solitude and memories. In the blink of an eye, dawn once again descended upon the world. The night receded and all living things swiftly woke up like the early spring. In Yen City, on the roof of the Thousand Medicine House, Xiao Yan, who had been seated for half the night, slowly opened his eyes to welcome the light of a new day. Jin Yao, who was beside him, was nowhere to be found. The city below had once again become bustling, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Xiao Yan stood up and looked into the distance. At the end of his sight was a vast mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiao Yan's gaze looked around the city. He did not sense Jin Yao's figure. His eyes flickered slightly as he let out a soft sigh in his mouth. He once again identified his direction. After which, he ceased hesitating. He moved his body and swiftly flew in the direction of Xian City. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure was already far away from Yen City. At this moment, Jin Yao's figure slowly appeared on the roof of the Thousand Medicine House. Her beautiful eyes gazed in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in as a disappointed expression involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. However, there was also some worry mixed within. On the other side, two elderly human figures slowly appeared in the sky above the heavenly cloud auction house. They similarly looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. It was a long while later before the two of them looked at the spot where Jin Yao was located. At the same time, Jin Yao also turned her eyes over and exchanged glances with the two old men from a distance. Time was just like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Xiao Yan traveled day and night without rest. Finally, at the horizon of his vision, the silhouette of a huge city appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes like a pitch-black mountain rock. As he gazed at this huge city from afar, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but be filled with a fiery passion. After half a month, Xian City was finally right in front of his eyes. This also meant that the fire plume flower was not far away from Xiao Yan. When he thought of the fire plume flower, Xiao Yan's heart became even more fiery. Without any hesitation, his figure moved and instantly executed the sky extinction steps. His figure was just like the wind, resonating with the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared from this world. From afar, he was like a star that had actually appeared at the edge of one's vision. A moment later, Xiao Yan was already standing in front of a huge city. From afar, the entire city looked like a huge crouching beast that sat heavily on the ground. It gave off an extremely powerful aura and pressure. Is this Xian City? It is indeed a city under the rule of the Sky Sword sect. This degree of prosperity is obviously not something that an ordinary city can compare to. Looking at the crowded crowd before him, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but reveal a tinge of surprise. He clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Soon after, Xiao Yan's mind moved and a pitch-black robe instantly enveloped his entire body. Following the crowd, Xiao Yan finally entered the city after a long while. Compared to the tip of the iceberg outside the city, the prosperity within the city could be said to be shocking. Other than the site that was filled with people, there were also huge buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were all kinds of merchant associations and innumerable markets. Lying in this place, it was as if one had truly entered a sea of people. After a few turns, Xiao Yan finally found a temporary residence in a relatively remote place in the city. Of course, the so-called remote place was also in the current city. In order to stay in this place, Xiao Yan had also paid a hefty price. Just a residence alone caused Xiao Yan to pay 3 level 2 elixir pills. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a heartache when he thought of the shop owner's greedy and arrogant manner. 3 tier 2 medicinal pills. If he were to bring them to other places, he would be able to exchange them for quite a lot of Ling coins. If it were not for the fact that he did not want to stir up trouble, Xiao Yan would not be willing to be a sucker. Helplessly withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan quickly left the inn and wandered around the city. Although he had already arrived at Xian City, he still needed to know where the auction would be held. It would be best if he could understand the layout of the various factions in the city. This would definitely be of great use when the auction began. Only by knowing one's own strength and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. Moreover, this was the territory of the 4 great clans. If Xiao Yan was the slightest bit careless, he might bring endless trouble to himself. Although Xiao Yan had the intention to investigate some information related to the auction, what caused him to be disappointed was that due to the increasingly crowded crowd of people in the city, Xiao Yan was unable to find the information that he needed for a long time. Helpless, he was even squeezed into an alchemist association. The alchemist association was indeed much more spacious. As it belonged to the Alchemist Alliance, ordinary people did not dare to enter this place. However, most of the people who could enter this place were alchemists. Therefore, Xiao Yan's sudden intrusion attracted the attention of many people. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 711. Xian City, Alchemist Guild. Xiao Yan, who had just been forced to enter the Alchemist Guild due to the crowd outside, immediately attracted the attention of many people in the guild. These people's gazes were all different. Some were curious, some were sympathetic, some were disdainful and some were disgusted. Standing within the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yan's gaze swept all around him. At this moment, the place where Xiao Yan was standing was a courtyard that could not be considered large. The main entrance of the Alchemist Association was still inside. One needed to walk in for a distance of over 10 steps. Turning his head to look at the crowd outside the door, Xiao Yan wanted to go out, but after thinking about it, he realized that he could only stay here for a short period of time. Helplessly shaking his head in his heart, Xiao Yan lifted his feet and walked towards the main entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Since he was already here, he might as well go in and take a look since he was bored. Just as Xiao Yan was strolling to the front of the main entrance, a human figure suddenly flashed from the side and blocked Xiao Yan's path. Or perhaps, it could be said that the person had blocked his path. "Kid, this is the Alchemist Guild. It is not a place where someone like you can enter as you wish. Since you have entered this courtyard, we are already kind enough to not chase you out. This is already very benevolent of us. This is not a place where someone like you can enter." At this moment, standing in front of Xiao Yan was a middle-aged man. His body looked quite sturdy and the first impression he gave was similarly overbearing. Other than that, from Xiao Yan's investigation, this person was also a Tier 7 alchemist. "Ha, it is only the Alchemist Guild. Why can't someone like me enter?" Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. Since he was already in Xian City, he did not plan to stir up any trouble. This was not a good thing for him. When the large man saw that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually so easy to talk to, the mocking expression on his face became even more pronounced. "This is the Alchemist Guild. Of course, only alchemists can enter. Just based on what qualifications do you have to enter?" From the moment Xiao Yan entered the small courtyard, the large man's gaze had already landed on the latter's body. Under the probing of his grade 7 alchemist's spiritual strength, he was unable to detect an enormous amount of spiritual strength within the body of the person in front of him. This also meant that the latter's spiritual strength was either too weak or far surpassed his own. Between the two options, the burly man didn't think that a young lad could have strong spiritual power. Therefore, he naturally chose the former option. "Now, get back." The burly man crossed his arms over his chest, and a fierce look appeared on his fierce-looking face. At the same time, he took half a step forward and let out a cold snort. At the same time, an enormous soul pressure pressed down on Xiao Yan in front of him. But, in the face of the burly man's powerful soul pressure, Xiao Yan's expression didn't change. Even his body didn't move in the slightest. Even the black robe he was wearing didn't move in the slightest. The appearance of this scene caused the burly man and the few other alchemists in the courtyard to be startled in unison. Soon after, an aghast expression surged onto their faces. "You! What's going on? Get back!" The burly man's expression froze. In his heart, he never would have thought that the black-robed young man in front of him actually didn't change at all under his soul pressure. Immediately, his thick arms suddenly lifted up, wanting to push Xiao Yan back with a palm. Seeing the burly man like this, Xiao Yan, who had always had a calm expression, couldn't help but frown slightly. He only wanted to enter the Alchemist Guild to take a look, but this fellow in front of him actually blocked him for no reason. Now, he actually wanted to attack. This was a little too much. Immediately after, in the next moment, the instant the burly man's palm landed heavily on Xiao Yan raised his arm and grabbed the burly man's thick wrist with one hand, causing the latter to be unable to move in an instant. Immediately, the burly man's expression changed drastically. The instant his wrist was grabbed by the black-robed young man in front of him, an intense pain immediately entered his mind. At the same time, even his entire arm was unable to move. "Bastard! Get lost!" His arm was unable to move, but the burly man was unwilling to be captured. His other hand suddenly rotated, and a palm fiercely smashed towards Xiao Yan in front of him. Stubborn. After coldly spitting out these 4 words, Xiaoyan's hand that grabbed the other party's wrist gently twisted. Immediately, the burly man's entire body turned around, and the attack on his hand was also forced to withdraw. Brat, this is the Alchemist Association. If you dare to hurt me, the Alchemist Association will definitely. Ah! Even though he had already lost his ability to attack, the burly man was still filled with unwillingness. Before his angry shout could leave his mouth, Xiaoyan used even more strength to grab his wrist. Not long after, a painful cry rang out in the courtyard. In the end, you are only a Tier 7 alchemist. Do you really think that there are no other alchemists in this world other than you? Even if I do anything to you today, do you really think that the Alchemist Association will find trouble for a Tier 7 alchemist like you? After coldly saying these words, Xiaoyan used some strength and directly pulled the burly man's body to one side. At the same time, his feet moved, and he stepped into the Alchemist Association in front of him. After seeing Xiaoyan enter the Alchemist Association, the faces of the crowd in the small courtyard could not help but reveal resentful expressions. Even though the burly man was dissatisfied in his heart, from the attack of the black-robed young man just now, it was obvious that he was no match for him. If he continued to be stubborn, he would not be so lucky next time. Just like what Xiaoyan said just now, he was only a Tier 7 alchemist. His words just now were only used to intimidate Xiaoyan. Naturally, the Alchemist Association would not go through so much trouble for a Tier 7 alchemist like him. Otherwise, as an alchemist, how could he be willing to stand in the courtyard of the Alchemist Association? The reason was because he did not have the qualifications and was not allowed to enter the Alchemist Association. The reason why he attacked Xiaoyan just now was because he wanted to take the opportunity to vent his anger. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. While the burly man resentfully withdrew, Xiaoyan also stepped into the Alchemist Association in front of him. The instant Xiaoyan stepped into the interior of the Alchemist Association, a rich and familiar medicinal fragrance immediately pounced on Xiaoyan. The rich fragrance caused Xiaoyan to feel a little suffocated. Soon after, Xiaoyan frowned and looked towards the interior of the Alchemist Association. The first thing that entered his eyes was an enormous black medicinal cauldron in the Alchemist Association's hall. The medicinal cauldron was extremely tall. Its top reached the dome and its bottom reached the foundation. It was just like a small mountain that stood in the middle of the Alchemist Association. This medicinal cauldron was the pillar of the Alchemist Association. If this medicinal cauldron collapsed, it was likely that the entire Alchemist Association in front of Xiaoyan would be burned to ashes. It was likely that this medicinal cauldron represented the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was the place where all the alchemists on the continent gathered. If the Pill Tower collapsed, the world of alchemists would definitely be greatly shaken. The Pill Tower was the pillar in the hearts of all the alchemists. Xiaoyan quietly sighed in his heart as he looked at the enormous black medicinal cauldron in front of him. Soon after, he did not stay any longer. His feet moved and he walked towards the interior of the Alchemist Association. As he walked within the interior of the Alchemist Association, there would occasionally be people who walked past Xiaoyan. When these people looked at Xiaoyan, a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across their eyes. In Xiaoyan's eyes, these people who walked past him were all wearing alchemist robes without exception. The lowest ranked alchemist amongst them had already reached the level of a Tier 8 alchemist grandmaster. Of course, a Tier 8 alchemist grandmaster in the eyes of an ordinary person was nothing special in the eyes of the current Xiaoyan. Walking within the interior of the association, which could be considered spacious, Xiaoyan would see some display windows displaying various kinds of precious medicinal ingredients every once in a while. However, these medicinal ingredients, which could be considered extremely valuable in the eyes of an ordinary person, appeared ordinary in the eyes of the current Xiaoyan. They did not attract the slightest bit of his interest. This did not mean that these medicinal ingredients were worthless. However, following the growth of Xiaoyan's strength, Xiaoyan's horizons regarding various things had also increased. He had seen far too many of the so-called precious medicinal ingredients in his eyes. As the saying goes, when one climbed high and looked into the distance, what one could see was merely the tip of the iceberg. Only by continuously climbing higher and higher would one be able to see even further places. Even though the nearby scenery was beautiful, there would come a day when one would grow tired of looking at it. However, if one was able to continuously push aside the clouds, one would be able to see an even more vast and majestic scenery. Even though the current Xiao Yan was still standing halfway up the mountain, what he was able to see was a scene that many people would not be able to imagine. Of course, Xiao Yan would not be captivated by this. The scenery along the way had long become a fleeting cloud in the eyes of others. What Xiao Yan wanted to pursue was the pinnacle that others had never seen before. Xiao Yan carelessly passed by each exquisite display case that was filled with medicinal ingredients. Gradually, the number of people walking by Xiao Yan's side also increased. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally realized that it was not that there was no one in this seemingly empty alchemist association. It was just that they did not gather in other places. As the number of alchemists around him gradually increased, Xiao Yan could feel that the air was filled with a scorching hot aura. At the same time, waves of faint pill fragrance also spread out. From the looks of it, there seems to be someone refining pills. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The Alchemist Association was indeed worthy of being a place where alchemists gathered. Just from the pill fragrance just now, even though the grade of the medicinal pill being refined was not very high, it could still be considered not bad. A moment later, when Xiao Yan passed through the surrounding crowd and arrived at the front of the crowd with some difficulty, he discovered that the place he was currently in was actually a huge alchemy room. It was no wonder that there was such a scorching aura and pill fragrance. Looking towards the place where the pill fragrance came from, Xiao Yan saw a medicinal cauldron that was completely golden in color. At this moment, within this medicinal cauldron, a blazing flame was wrapping around a perfectly round medicinal pill. Waves of dense medicinal fragrance spread out from within, including the medicinal fragrance that Xiao Yan had detected earlier. It was also emitted from this place. After which, when Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked over, the expression in his eyes could not help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, he saw that the person sitting cross-legged in front of the golden medicinal cauldron was a beautiful young lady whose entire body was wrapped in a tight red dress. The young lady's fiery red hair was at the same level as her shoulders. Her pretty face was smooth and delicate. Drops of tiny perspiration continuously appeared on the young lady's forehead. Her originally pink pretty face was also slightly pale at this moment. Very clearly, in order to refine this medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron, the young lady had expended quite a bit of energy. A Tier 9 medicinal pill in front of the crowd, Xiao Yan glanced at the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron in front of the young lady. Immediately, his gaze turned towards the young lady and he could not help but nod his head slightly. The young lady in front of him did not look very old, but her alchemy skills were quite exquisite. It was likely that there was an experienced alchemist guiding her behind. TSK. Miss Su's alchemy skills have improved quite a bit. From the looks of it, this Tier 9 medicinal pill should be completed soon. That's right, who says it isn't? A Tier 9 alchemist who is not even 30 years old. This kind of frightening alchemy talent, even in the entire continent, there are very few people who can compare with Miss Su. Around Xiao Yan, the surrounding crowd's gazes were also staring at the young lady in red dress in the arena. Everyone's eyes revealed an amazed expression, especially when they looked at the medicinal pill that was about to be completed in the medicinal cauldron. Their eyes could not help but reveal an envious expression. In comparison, even though the people present were all alchemists, there were very few of them who could truly refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill. Who was like this young lady in front of them, whose alchemy skills had actually already reached such a shocking level at such a young age? Hearing the exclamations from the surrounding crowd, Xiao Yan found out the surname of the young lady in front of him. The young lady's surname seemed to be Su, and from their words, Xiao Yan also found out that her name was a single word, Yao, Su Yao. Su Yao Xiao Yan silently repeated this young lady's name in his heart. Immediately after, the instant he raised his eyes and looked over, the round medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron in front of the young lady in red dress in the arena finally showed some changes. Buzz buzz buzz, as a buzzing sound was emitted from the medicinal cauldron, everyone in the arena hurriedly turned their gazes over. They saw that within the medicinal cauldron, the medicinal pill that was being refined by the raging flames a moment ago, was emitting a vast and powerful aura at this moment, causing the expressions of everyone in the arena to change one after another. The medicinal pill is completed. At the same time that the exclamation sounded from the mouths of everyone present, the medicinal pill within the golden medicinal cauldron began to tremble violently. Immediately, an extremely powerful energy swept out from within the medicinal pill. From the looks of its might, it seemed as though it wanted to forcefully shatter the medicinal cauldron. Humph! How can this young lady allow you to be so presumptuous? Keep it for me. The pretty nose of the red-dressed young lady immediately emitted a cold snort when she saw this scene. Immediately, a thought passed through her heart and an even stronger do-chi spluttered out from the palm of the young lady's extended hand. It swiftly entered the medicinal cauldron and swiftly retrieved the medicinal pill that was emitting a vast and mighty aura within a short period of time. All of the young lady's actions appeared to be like moving clouds and flowing water. There was not the slightest mistake. Everyone present involuntarily emitted an exclamation when they saw this. However, the thing that was different from everyone was that Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of everyone at this moment, involuntarily frowned. He did not expect that this young lady would actually retrieve the pill at such a time. Ugh, what a pity, Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of everyone, shook his head with some regret. He slowly turned around and prepared to leave this place in front of the numerous stunned gazes of the surrounding people. However, just as Xiao Yan turned around, the young lady in red dress, who had just held the medicinal pill in her hand and did not have the time to display it to everyone present, suddenly locked her gaze onto Xiao Yan's body. What do you mean by a pity? Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 712. Alchemist Association. In the large open ground, the young lady whose delicate body was wrapped under a red dress stared intently at Xiao Yan, who had just turned around. The expression in her eyes was sharp and the words that were spat out from her red lips were filled with dissatisfaction. After the young lady's words were spat out, the gazes of the other members of the Long March also landed on Xiao Yan, who had just turned around and was about to leave. Because of the words of the young lady in red dress, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His body, which was about to leave, still remained in the same spot. Immediately, Xiao Yan slowly turned around. At the same time that his gaze was looking at the young lady, the latter's gaze was also staring intently at him. What I am saying is that if the time you used to nurture the pill was a little longer, and if the temperature of the flame could be maintained in a balanced state, allowing the medicinal pill to remain at the same temperature from start to finish, the quality of this medicinal pill would be able to reach a Tier 9 Xian pill and not just a Tier 9 treasure pill. From the process of this young lady refining the pill earlier, Xiao Yan had already clearly discovered the flaws of the latter's pill refinement. Firstly, the young lady had overly exhausted her do-chi when refining the medicinal ingredients at the beginning, resulting in the pouring of do-chi being intermittent towards the end. Even though Xiao Yan did not see the content at the beginning, Xiao Yan was similarly able to imagine it in his heart based on his experienced alchemist skills. Secondly, even though the young lady's spiritual strength was sufficiently strong, her control of the flame was clearly lacking. Perhaps she did not pay enough attention to it, or perhaps it was because this flame was a beast flame that she had just obtained, but overall, the young lady's control of the flame could not be considered skillful. This also coincidentally affected the quality of the medicinal pill. If it was either of these 2 points, perhaps the quality of the medicinal pill would not have dropped to such a level. However, it was because of the young lady's carelessness that the medicinal pill that could have reached a Tier 9 Xian pill ended up being a Tier 9 treasure pill. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan spoke out and said that it was a pity. Everyone present also became quiet after the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded. Their gazes would occasionally look at the red-dressed young lady before looking at Xiao Yan. At the same time, some pity surfaced in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan. When these words of Xiao Yan were transmitted into the young lady's ears, it caused her face to turn green. She was naturally aware of all this. However, since things had developed to this point, she had already obtained the medicinal pill. It was impossible for her to return it to the cauldron and refine it again. Even the others did not dare to refute her. This fellow in front of her had actually mercilessly pointed out her mistake. This caused the young lady, who had always paid attention to her face, to feel extremely embarrassed for an instant. Because of Xiao Yan's words, her fair and pretty face quickly turned red. She clenched her silver teeth and her gaze was somewhat at a loss. Under her sleeves, a pair of slender jade-like hands randomly grabbed the corner of her clothes. Her entire person was too stiff as she stood beside the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan did not care about the young lady's appearance. He turned around and left as the people behind him opened up a path for him. Stop! Moreover, at this moment, the red-dressed young lady suddenly raised her gaze. Her pair of almond eyes were opened wide. Her gaze was filled with coldness as she stared at Xiao Yan, who had already left. Feeling the ice-cold gaze that was shot from behind, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. His words just now had accurately pointed out this girl's mistake. He did not expect that this girl actually did not repent and would bite the hand that fed her. You said that the quality of the medicinal pill that this young lady refined did not reach the standard that it should have. May I ask, what right do you have to make such a comment to me? When the young lady's words came out, everyone's gazes were like spotlights as they uniformly landed on Xiao Yan's body. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. Once again, he turned around and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was puzzled as he looked at the red-dressed young lady. When she saw Xiao Yan's gaze, the corners of the red-dressed young lady's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. Soon after, she stared coldly at Xiao Yan and said in an ice-cold voice, "The Alchemist Association is a place that only alchemists can enter. Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be an alchemist. Since that is the case, then what right do you have to comment on my medicinal pill and what right do you have to enter the Alchemist Association?" The young lady's tone was ice-cold and her face carried a cold smile. Her pair of almond eyes sized up Xiao Yan and she still had an appearance of making bogus accusations. When the young lady's words came out, the alchemists present also revealed astonishment as they scanned Xiao Yan's body. Only then did they regain their senses. At this moment, among all the people present, only Xiao Yan's attire was different from theirs. This place was the Alchemist Association. Everyone who entered this place would first put on the alchemist robe that was given to them by the Alchemist Association. This was a confirmation of their identity and could also be considered a pass to enter the Alchemist Association. The alchemist robe could not only prove the identity of an alchemist, but the badge that was exclusive to the Pill Tower could also display the tier of an alchemist. This was a confirmation of the status of an alchemist. A powerful alchemist would be able to obtain the respect of the strong with just an alchemist robe without revealing their spiritual strength. At this moment, only Xiao Yan was not wearing an alchemist robe among all the people present. Under the precondition that one was unable to prove one's identity, such a person would usually be expelled from the Alchemist Association. Of course, there were naturally exceptions among them. Those were experts with sufficient strength. If an elite Do-Di was present, even this red-dressed young lady would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, Xiao Yan was not an elite Do-Di. Just by looking at his appearance, the people present would naturally not think that such a young black-robed man would be a Do-Di. Since he did not have an alchemist robe as proof of his identity and did not possess the strength of an elite Do-Di, from the way they saw it, Xiao Yan in front of them naturally did not have the qualification to continue staying in this place. Xiao Yan involuntarily shrugged his shoulders when he sensed the numerous strange gazes that were shot over from around him. Since she had already said such words, this red-dressed young lady clearly intended to squeeze him. If she did not want him to continue staying in this place, he would just leave. Xiao Yan leisurely turned around. He was just about to lift his foot when the young lady opened her mouth again. "Stop. Did this young lady allow you to leave?" Xiao Yan frowned slightly. This young lady had a lot of demands. He had already given in. What else did she want? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His expression was slightly gloomy. However, in order to not stir up trouble, Xiao Yan turned around for the third time. Xiao Yan turned around time and time again, causing the cold smile on the pretty face of this young lady with a fiery temper to become even denser. The former's forbearance time and time again was instead treated by her as cowardice. At this moment, when she saw Xiao Yan turn around once again, the expression on her pretty face became even more unruly. You are clearly not an alchemist, yet you actually dare to pretend to know when you don't. You are spouting nonsense here. Have you forgotten where this place is? Now, this young lady wants you to apologize to this young lady for being so presumptuous earlier. When the young lady's words left her mouth, not only Xiao Yan, but even the few Tier 9 alchemists around him could not help but reveal a tinge of dissatisfaction on their faces. With regards to Xiao Yan's previous comments, they naturally acknowledged it in their hearts. However, due to the special status of this young lady in red dress, they did not dare to open their mouths. However, at this moment, this young lady's actions were clearly overboard. Xiao Yan lowered his face. At this moment, his expression was similarly gloomy. He did not expect that he would actually meet such an unruly and willful woman. If it was not for the fact that he did not want to reveal his identity because of the fire plume flower, based on Xiao Yan's character, he would have given this woman a slap long ago. Humph. After coldly snorting, Xiao Yan turned around. He could not be bothered with this unreasonable young lady any longer. His feet moved as he prepared to leave. Bastard! Who do you think you are, to actually dare to ignore this young lady's words? Men, capture him for this young lady. Since you won't apologize, then this young lady will personally take action and teach you to lower your head and admit your mistakes. When she saw that Xiao Yan actually ignored her words and turned around to leave, a warm and angry expression immediately surfaced on the young lady's pretty face. The instant her icy cold shout sounded out, a few black shadows immediately shot out from the darkness of the alchemy room. Like numerous sharp arrows, they instantly pierced through the crowd and arrived in front of Xiao Yan before the crowd around Xiao Yan could react. The instant the black shadows appeared in front of Xiao Yan, sharp blades that were suffused with a cold glint quickly materialized in the air. With an incomparably formidable aura, they swiftly pierced towards Xiao Yan's throat. In the blink of an eye, those few sharp blades had already arrived at Xiao Yan's throat. It was also at this moment that the others in the area slowly regained their senses. When they saw the four black shadows that had appeared around Xiao Yan, a shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on everyone's faces. Everyone present was an alchemist. Normally, they relied on their spiritual strength to make a living. However, at this moment, from the position where these four people had appeared, it was obvious that they had been hiding in this alchemy room for a long time. Yet, none of these people had discovered them. This also proved just how powerful these four people were. Sigh. This brat is truly a newborn calf that does not fear the tiger. He dares to provoke anyone. Young Lady Su's name is well known in Xian City. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke her. Sigh, he is truly courting death. When they saw the sharp blades in the hands of the four figures that were about to pierce Xiao Yan's throat, a pitiful sigh involuntarily sounded out from the crowd. In the next instant, the sharp blades in the hands of the four black shadows simultaneously pierced Xiao Yan's throat. Soon after, however, a shocked expression suddenly surged into the eyes of the four black figures. One could see that the sharp blades in their hands did not cause even the slightest trace of blood when they landed. By the time they raised their heads, they could clearly see that the body of this Xiao Yan, whom they had struck at a fatal spot, had actually gradually become illusionary. This is an afterimage. When they saw this scene, the pupils of the four black shadows involuntarily shrunk. In the next instant, their bodies abruptly turned around in mid-air, only to see that Xiao Yan was actually leisurely walking back the way he had come. Stay! The four of them simultaneously let out a low cry. At the same time, their bodies once again shot forward. The sharp blades in their hands were each aimed at the vital points on Xiao Yan's body. Once they hit, even if he did not die, he would definitely end up with a serious injury. The degree of viciousness of these 4 people's attacks was truly shameful. Furthermore, they were actually able to do such a sinister thing in a 4-against-1 situation. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of vicious person their master was. This time around, Xiao Yan had clearly sensed the actions of these 4 people. Immediately, his originally gloomy face became even more solemn. Originally, he did not wish to create any trouble. However, the wind would not stop even if the tree wished to remain calm. The red-dressed lady on the stage had repeatedly made things difficult for him. At this moment, the people that she had sent out wanted to kill him the moment they attacked. This really caused one to be unable to endure it. Scram! Just as the 4 of them were about to arrive behind Xiao Yan suddenly spat out a domineering word. At the same time, an incomparably powerful and terrifying spiritual force also swept out from Xiao Yan's body in an instant. With just a single exchange, the 4 people behind him were instantly sent flying. Puchi! At the same time as the 4 people's bodies heavily smashed onto the ground, each of them could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, the auras of the 4 people withered. Only at this moment did the crowd of alchemists in the arena recover from their shock. Deep shock surfaced on everyone's faces. They never would have thought that this seemingly young black-robed young man in front of them would actually be so powerful. Especially when they felt the terrifying spiritual force that gushed out from the latter's body, the shock in their hearts could not be described with words. At this moment, even the expression on the pretty face of the red-dressed young lady, who was standing beside the medicinal cauldron and holding the medicinal pill in her hand, also appeared to be incomparably terrified. Her entire body was stunned on the spot because of this. Both of her eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of her without any spirit. Just at this moment, Xiao Yan, who originally did not intend to make a move, suddenly moved. The figure covered by the black robe was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the 4 people lying on the ground. At the same time, the movements of his hands did not stop at all as his fist heavily smashed onto the chest of one of them. Bang! As the punch landed, another large mouthful of dark red blood was uncontrollably spat out. The figure that was hit by Xiao Yan's punch instantly became seriously injured and lost all of his fighting strength. The appearance of this scene caused the hearts of the other 3 to be extremely shocked. They went all out in an attempt to struggle. However, their struggle and resistance was ultimately exchanged with a punch from Xiao Yan that was merciless in the end. Bang bang bang. As the 3 punches landed one after another, the emotions in the hearts of everyone present had already reached an uncontrollable stage. In the end, after Xiao Yan caused the 4 people to completely lose their fighting strength, he finally arrived in front of the young lady in a red dress. The sudden appearance of Xiao Yan in front of her scared the young lady so much that she instantly regained her senses. Her delicate body trembled violently under the fear, her red lips slightly opened, but she could not make any sound. She could only watch as Xiao Yan slowly raised his arm in front of her, and then, under the shocked gaze of the person behind her, a heavy slap landed on the fair face of the young lady. Pa! At this moment, the arena was strangely silent. Everyone stared at Xiao Yan with their eyes wide open. This slap was exceptionally clear and loud in the alchemy room at this moment. Chapter 713. Within the spacious alchemy room, human figures were scattered all over the place, each standing on their own. The originally lively place appeared to be completely silent at this very moment. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. Their dumbstruck expressions revealed the shock in their hearts. Numerous pairs of eyes stared intently at the black-robed man in the middle of the square. They had never imagined that this black-robed man, who looked ordinary, would actually possess such great strength. The 4 black figures, who they did not detect, were actually unable to last even a single round in the hands of this black-robed young man. The 4 of them joined forces, but they were still like decorations. They were completely crushed by the latter's great strength in an instant. This kind of great strength could really be described as terrifying. The thing that shocked them the most was that this black-robed man actually dared to attack this red-dressed young lady. This fellow, is he crazy? He actually dared to hit eldest young lady Sue. The silence in the surroundings continued for a long time. Finally, numerous voices that were filled with disbelief were spat out successively from the mouths of all the alchemists present in the surroundings. This was the part that shocked them the most. No matter what, they'd never imagined that there would actually be someone who dared to make a move against this great aunt in Xian City. Moreover, this person had even slapped her proudest face. It was only at this moment that the young lady, who had gradually recovered from the discussions of the crowd, hurriedly looked at the black-robed young man in front of her. A terrified expression swiftly surfaced in her teary almond-shaped eyes. At the same time, it was also filled with an expression of disbelief. Su Yao's slender jade-like hand trembled as she lifted it up and covered half of her rapidly swollen face. The fresh blood at the corner of her mouth stained the young lady's wrist. Blood flowed, causing the young lady to appear even more pitiful at this moment. It caused people to have the misconception that they could not help but want to embrace her. Seeing the young lady's pitiful appearance, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was indifferent. Within his pair of dark black eyes, there was an icy cold expression. At such a young age, your character is actually so vicious. You do not repent and actually want to repay kindness with enmity. Why, do you think that you are so great just because you are a Tier 9 alchemist? Just based on you, a Tier 9 alchemist, what can you be considered as in this continent? You are merely a Tier 9 alchemist, yet you actually dare to be arrogant and confuse right and wrong here. Just based on you, are you worthy of being an alchemist? Xiao Yan's words were sharp. Each time he spoke a sentence, he would take half a step forward, forcing the young lady to step back in horror. Her pretty face had lost its color. In the end, her legs became weak. Soon after, she sat on the ground. Her pretty face had become incomparably pale. The young lady's face was filled with fear. The black-robed young man in front of her could be said to be the most frightening person she had ever seen since she was young. Before seeing Xiao Yan, everyone was extremely respectful towards her. Even those who were stronger than her would similarly reveal a humble smile on their faces when they saw her. Just like the people present at this moment. Before Xiao Yan took action, everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at her. She was like the most fragrant flower among thousands of flowers, being sought after by everyone, like the moon surrounded by stars. It was as if the saying was referring to her. However, looking at it now, when the young lady once again cast her eyes over, those gazes that were originally surrounding her had completely shifted to Xiao Yan in front of her. Originally, she still wanted to place her hopes on these people, hoping that they would definitely take action for her. However, it was a pity that the stamen of a flower in a greenhouse could see the bright sunlight outside through the glass. However, when this thin layer of glass was broken, she was finally able to truly feel the ice-cold wind that was filled under the sunlight. Humph. After giving her a slap and lecturing her with words, the anger that was suppressed in Xiao Yan's heart gradually subsided. Immediately, he could not be bothered with this girl. His body turned around and prepared to leave. However, the instant Xiao Yan turned around, a powerful energy pillar was like lightning behind him. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated through the empty space. The instant Xiao Yan turned around, a sharp force had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Its target was the spot between his brows. Buzz! However, in the next instant, when the energy pillar was about to hit the spot between Xiao Yan's brows, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly turned ice cold. At the same time, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between Xiao Yan's brows, forcefully blocking the energy pillar that was about to hit the spot between his brows. After doing all this, Xiao Yan's expression was ice cold as he slowly lifted his gaze. He looked at the spot where the crowd had opened up. At this very moment, there was a handsome young man in luxurious clothes standing there. At this moment, the latter was also using a pair of extremely cold eyes to stare intently at Xiao Yan. The expression on his handsome face was extremely gloomy. Deep within his brown eyes, an extremely cold killing intent was especially obvious. When this young man appeared, everyone present immediately turned their gazes towards the latter. Soon after, a fearful expression appeared in the eyes of everyone present. Clearly, in the eyes of these people, this young man was also an extremely dangerous person. Seeing that the black-robed man in front of him had actually blocked his attack, the expression in the young man's eyes involuntarily hardened. Under such an urgent situation just now, this black-robed man was actually able to react in time. However, just this point alone was enough to prove that the other party was not an ordinary person. Originally, he had wanted to show off in front of the young girl and also make a good start for his following plan. However, from the looks of it, it was a little troublesome. After thinking for a while in his heart, the young man standing in front of everyone once again lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan opposite him. "May I know who you are? Don't you know that this is my Xian city?" A somewhat feminine voice was slowly spat out from the young man's mouth. The man's hands were slowly tied behind his back. Under the cover of his sleeves, surging dou qi secretly gathered in his palms. "Since this is Xian city, it proves that I have not come to the wrong place." Xiao Yan's expression did not change. An icy cold chill slowly gathered in his pair of pitch-black eyes. The words that came out of his mouth appeared unusually calm. "Since you know that this is Xian city and still dare to hurt a member of my Lin family, aren't you looking down on my Lin family too much?" The instant Xiao Yan's words sounded, the young man opposite him immediately cried out angrily. At the same time, his feet stomped heavily on the ground. Powerful dou qi immediately gushed out from under his feet. In almost an instant, the young man's body turned into a ray of light and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the palm that was behind his back suddenly appeared in front of him. A huge amount of dou qi energy swiftly gathered in his palm and at the same time, a dazzling light erupted. His palm was aimed directly at Xiao Yan's head. He had accumulated strength for an attack. It was obvious that he planned to rely on a surprise attack to kill the latter in one strike. Such a method could be said to be ruthless. However, even though this was the case, the expression on Xiao Yan's face still remained calm without any ripples. When the palm of the young man in front of him was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, Xiao Yan finally raised his head. At the same time, he opened his mouth. Immediately, a soul-shaking cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The earth-shaking cry was deliberately wrapped by spiritual strength as it was emitted in a vast and mighty manner. The young man in front of him did not have the opportunity to dodge and received it all. Immediately, his entire soul suddenly shook. An intense tearing pain wildly surged out from deep within the young man's soul, causing the muscles on his face to instantly distort. His face was flushed red and his entire body appeared to have transformed into a statue that was frozen in midair. "Get lost!" With a low cry, the young man's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. In the end, he was caught by a few old men who appeared from the void. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. However, when he looked at his face again, it had already become deathly pale. The young man felt a sweetness in his throat and the expression on his face rapidly became one of shock. He did not expect that with his strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would actually be unable to last even a single exchange in the hands of this black-robed person. Immediately, the young man came to an understanding in his heart. This black-robed young man who appeared to be very young was not someone that could be easily provoked. "Brother Ran, save me." It was also at this moment that the red-dressed young lady behind Xiao Yan suddenly let out a sharp cry as she climbed to her feet. Her mouth was hysterical as she went all out to beg for help from the young man whose face was currently pale. The appearance of the latter appeared to have allowed this young lady, who was about to fall into a quagmire, to grab a life-saving straw at a critical moment. However, at the same time that this young lady cried out without caring about anything, she did not notice the disgust that was revealed in the eyes of the young man opposite her. If it was not for this young lady's extraordinary status, he would not be bothered to care about her life or death. However, from the looks of it, this black-robed young man in front of him was clearly not a kind person. Moreover, he had injured the young lady in a red dress. It was likely impossible for this matter to be resolved peacefully. Damn it. This lowly girl is truly reckless. Why didn't she die in his hands? The young man fiercely cursed in his heart. However, he also knew that before his plan was completed, even if this young lady in front of him was to die, she absolutely could not die in this Xian city. In other words, no matter what, he had to protect this girl's life. Teacher Quan, I'm afraid that I can only rely on you for this matter. After taking a deep breath, the young man forcefully endured the intense pain that was emitted from his body and said in a low and hoarse voice. Hearing the young man's words, the old man in a brocade robe behind him also nodded his head. Immediately, a pair of muddy old eyes slightly lifted and a sharp gaze directly looked at Xiao Yan opposite him. From the way this black-robed person acted just now, it was obvious that the other party was also an alchemist. Moreover, his spiritual strength was definitely above that of a rank 1 alchemist. This was because this young master of his family was a rank 1 alchemist. Since this was the case, this black-robed young man in front of him was probably at least a rank 2 alchemist. When he thought of this, the old man's eyes could not help but slightly focus. Such a young rank 2 alchemist. This was probably an extremely rare existence even in the Alchemist Alliance. Could it be that he is really someone from the Alchemist Alliance? The old man could not help but secretly exclaim in his heart. If this black-robed person in front of him was really someone from the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that even his Lin family would not be able to easily recruit him. I am Lin Quan and I am the deacon of the Lin family in Xian City. The previous matter was due to my young master's recklessness. I hope that Mr. can be magnanimous and forgive him. Just as everyone present thought that this old man would directly attack, the old man instead heavily cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan and apologized to Xiao Yan for the previous matter. The appearance of this scene could be said to be out of everyone's expectations. Even a similarly shocked expression flashed across Xiao Yan's face. He did not expect that this old man was actually rather rational. Otherwise, he would probably have attacked again. No matter, I don't mind. I'm just afraid that your young master, Xiao Yan's expression was calm. His pitch-black eyes stared at the ghastly pale young master of the Lin family. From the start until now, the other party had continuously mentioned the name of the Lin family. It seems like this Lin family was not ordinary in Xian City. Ha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Just now, when I saw these fellows being beaten up, I thought that something had happened to my junior sister. In a moment of desperation, I dealt a heavy blow to Mr. However, now that everyone is safe and sound, I can be at ease. Just as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the old man called Lin Quan hurriedly gave a look to the young man behind him. When the latter saw this, he forcefully supported his body and hurriedly laughed dryly at Xiao Yan. Brother Lin ran, he hit me. Why did you, junior sister, you brat? Master usually does not restrain you and always causes trouble. Treat today's matter as a lesson. Hurry up and come back. Before Su Yao's words sounded, the young man called Lin Ran instantly looked at the latter. At the same time, he interrupted the latter's words. The expression in his eyes also appeared somewhat stern. When Su Yao saw this, the originally ghastly pale expression on her pretty face suddenly became startled. Even her entire body could not help but tremble. Only then did she hurriedly run towards Lin Ran with a trembling heart. This time, Xiao Yan did not have any intention of attacking again. Since the other party had already apologized to him, it could be considered as giving both parties a way out. If he continued to attack, this matter would not be so easily resolved. Ha, I am Lin Ran, the young master of the Lin family in Xian City. May I know if Mr. Walking forward, Lin Ran smiled and cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan. It was as if he had forgotten about the previous matter and his entire body had become relaxed. Just a nameless person. There's nothing much to say. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent. He would not give any face to this kind of person who changed his face faster than flipping a book. Hearing this, the latter could not help but be slightly startled. Exchanging glances with the old man beside him, a trace of resentment involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Ha, since that's the case, I will take my leave first. I wish Mr. a pleasant trip. Lin Ran said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The last sentence from his mouth sounded rather horrifying. Immediately, Lin Ran carried Su Yao, whose pretty face was filled with shock, and swiftly left this place. Only Xiao Yan and the other alchemists present remained standing in the same spot. After a long while, when the group of people left, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. At the same time, his tone was calm as he spoke once again. You have watched the show for so long. Don't you plan to come out and meet me? Chapter 714. Following Xiao Yan's words, the crowd immediately looked at each other. Numerous doubtful gazes continuously swept back and forth, but they did not discover anything. Just as everyone's faces were filled with suspicion, an old laughter suddenly rang out from the crowd. Ha, Mr. is indeed extraordinary. No wonder even the Lin family members are unwilling to easily come into conflict with Mr. As the laughter sounded out, the crowd dispersed. A short and fat elder wearing an alchemist robe slowly walked forward and stood in front of Xiao Yan. If not for that young lady, they would not have left so easily. Hearing the short and fat elder's words, Xiao Yan gave a noncommittal smile. At the same time, his gaze also looked towards the chest area of the elder's alchemist robe. Immediately, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily turned serious. On the elder's chest was an alchemist badge that looked like a medicinal cauldron. On the badge's 9 lines, at this very moment, there were 3 pill-like beads that were exquisitely carved on it. This also represented the latter's identity, that of a rank 3 alchemist. When Xiao Yan's gaze looked towards the latter, the elder clearly sensed it. Immediately, he gave Xiao Yan a chuckle, cupped his hands together and laughed. This old man is solemn. I am the president of the Alchemist Association. With regards to the previous matter, this old man was unable to intervene in time. I am truly sorry. At the end of his words, the short and fat elder smiled and apologized to Xiao Yan. His smile was amiable and did not contain any other meaning. Ha! Xiao Yan stared at the short and fat elder opposite him. The two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Xiao Yan could naturally guess the reason why the latter did not intervene. If it was not for the fact that the young lady from before was hated by others, it was likely that this fatty would not have stood at the side and watched as a joke. When the surrounding alchemists saw the short and fat old man, a respectful smile quickly appeared on their faces. When the old man saw this, he similarly smiled and swept his gaze across these people one by one. Finally, his gaze returned to Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, Mr. seems to have been squeezed in by the crowd outside. Since you have nowhere to go for the time being, this old man would like to invite Mr. for a chat. Is that okay? From the moment Xiao Yan entered the Alchemist Guild, Solemn Zhong had already sensed something. Of course, Xiao Yan was no exception. Hearing these solemn words, Xiao Yan lowered his eyelids slightly. Then, he rolled his eyes and smiled faintly. Looking at the situation outside, it seems that we won't be able to leave for a few hours. The old man smiled. He extended his hand and made a please gesture to Xiao Yan as he said with a smile, please. Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. He lifted his foot and walked forward. Only then did the old man follow and lead the way for Xiao Yan. I'm afraid this is the first time Mr. has come to Xian City. One tall and one short, one fat and one skinny, the two of them walked side by side towards the depths of the Alchemist Guild. Along the way, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Xiao Yan did not comment. The old man took this as a silent agreement. He smiled and continued to speak. Is it because of the fire plume flower? This time, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. A ray of light flashed across his eyes before he quickly regained his calm. However, even so, it was still unable to escape the eyes of the old man beside him. Hee hee, as expected. The old man chuckled. His smile looked somewhat sly, but Xiao Yan did not take it to heart. President, do you know anything about the fire plume flower? The crowd around them had gradually disappeared. Without the disturbance of outsiders, the conversation between the two naturally became more straightforward. When Zhuang Zhong heard Xiao Yan's words, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. No, the fire plume flower is simply too precious. News about it has been completely sealed off. Unless it's the time of the auction, no one will be able to get any news about it. When he heard these words, a disappointed look involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's face. He did not expect news about the fire plume flower to be so tightly controlled. It was difficult to even find it in Xian City. Since there is no news, doesn't anyone suspect the authenticity of the fire plume flower? Other than the name, there was no other valuable information. If it was anyone else, they would be suspicious. There should be no need to doubt this point. According to this old man's knowledge, the faction that organized this auction is a mysterious chamber of commerce. Although I do not know exactly who they are, this old man has heard of their reputation. It is said that ever since they started the auction, they have never auctioned any defective goods. Just this point alone is enough to make people believe them. With regards to this kind of news that most people knew, the fat old man did not hide anything. After all, with the identity of the person in front of him as a rank 3 alchemist, if he really wanted to obtain this kind of information, it could not be any easier. When he heard the old man's words, a surprised look involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He did not expect that there would actually be such a mysterious faction in the western region. However, it was fine. If it was really as Zhuang Zhong had said, then the news about the fire plume flower should not be wrong. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Soon after, the two of them suddenly paused their footsteps. When they lifted their heads, they realized that the two of them had already appeared in front of a door. Mister, please enter. Zhuang Zhong took out a special jade token and after opening the heavy stone door in front of him, he smiled and said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Without hesitation, he entered the room in front of him. The light in the room was much dimmer than the outside. There were no windows and no lamps. Other than a few old furniture, there was nothing else. However, he was as poor as a church mouse. At this moment, at a glance, the only thing that emitted light was the ceiling in the middle of the room, which penetrated through the floor. The blazing light of the fire was reflected in the room through the fire vent on top of it. This cover was the cauldron cover of the huge medicinal cauldron that Xiao Yan had seen when he had just entered the Alchemist Association. From the looks of this cauldron cover, it was likely that Xiao Yan and Zhuang Zhong were currently standing directly above this medicinal cauldron. Their position was the highest point within the interior of the Alchemist Association. Mister, please take a seat. Zhuang Zhong smiled and said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded and the two of them took their seats. Mister is really a young talent. At such a young age, you have actually reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. This really makes us old fellows feel ashamed of our inferiority. After the two of them took their seats, the short and fat old man looked at Xiao Yan and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I only relied on luck. Senior, there is no need to belittle yourself. Luck isn't something that everyone can have. Otherwise, those treasures on the continent would have fallen into the hands of others long ago. How could the later generations have a chance? Moreover, even if your luck is good, on this continent, everything is about strength. Without strength, no matter how good your luck is, in the end, you will still end up making a wedding dress for others. As the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Mister, not only are your luck good, even your strength is not inferior in any way. At the end of his words, a bright light flashed in the old man's eyes. At the same time, when he looked at Xiao Yan, there was an additional sense of admiration in his eyes. Senior, you praise me too much. Xiao Yan cupped his hands and smiled at the old man. When the old man saw this, he also laughed out loud. Soon after, he didn't linger on this topic and changed the topic. Mister, do you know the identity of the two people just now? The old man was naturally referring to Lin Ran and Su Yao. Xiao Yan was slightly taken aback. Then, he shook his head and cupped his hands at the old man. Senior, please enlighten me. Zhuang Zhong nodded his head with a serious expression. Then, he took a deep breath and said, Lin Ran is the young master of the Lin clan, the #1 clan in Xian City. His status is extremely high. The Lin clan has a relationship with the Hua clan and the Bai clan. Of course, the relationship between the Lin clan and the Lin clan is more like a master and a servant. The Lin clan, in order to curry favor with the two clans, they have to pay a lot of tribute to the Lin clan. That's why they have such a high status. It can be said that Xian City is the territory of the Lin clan. When he heard that the Lin clan was actually related to the Hua and Bai clans, Xiao Yan involuntarily furrowed his eyebrows. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. It was fine if the previous matter was forgotten. However, if not, he, Xiao Yan, was not a persimmon that could be bullied by others. A sharp glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. The old man in front of him laughed softly and continued to speak. In addition, before we talk about that girl, this old man would like to ask Mr. a question. Mr. should be a member of the Alchemist Alliance, right? Zhuang Zhong's eyes stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. This question was something that he had always wanted to ask. From his point of view, a rank 3 alchemist at such a young age could only be nurtured by the Alchemist Alliance. This point was in line with Lin Quan's guess. After all, this mysterious rank 3 alchemist was really too young. No matter how they guessed, they could not help but think of the Alchemist Alliance. However, the truth was often the opposite of the conclusion. When Xiao Yan saw that the old man's eyes were actually staring at him, his expression involuntarily froze. Soon after, he laughed softly and shook his head. I am not a member of the Alchemist Alliance. When Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the old man's eyelids immediately twitched. A shocked expression involuntarily flashed across his face. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually flatly deny it. A rank 3 alchemist at such a young age was actually not a member of the Alchemist Alliance. This was really hard to imagine. The rank of an alchemist was not only determined by the strength of their spiritual strength. More importantly, it was their attainments in the art of alchemy. There was only one way to cultivate the art of alchemy, and that was to refine large amounts of medicinal pills. During the process of refining medicinal pills, one could gain experience and use this to improve one's alchemy skills. Although the method was simple, it was unknown how much money was needed. Just the medicinal ingredients needed to refine medicinal pills was an astronomical figure. Ordinary forces were simply unable to provide it. Even some small and medium-sized clans would not be able to nurture such a young rank 3 alchemist. In the entire western region, only the Alchemist Alliance had the ability to nurture a rank 3 alchemist. As for the 4 great sects, although they also had rank 3 alchemists within their sects, those alchemists were all gray-haired old men. They had simply never heard of such a young rank 3 alchemist like the person in front of them. Senior does not need to worry too much. I am not a person from the western region. I do not have any foundation here, nor have I joined any forces. Just as Zhuang Zhong's heart was filled with suspicion and guessing the person in front of him, Xiao Yan indifferently smiled and interrupted the latter's thoughts. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart also lightly sighed. He really did not dare to let this old man continue guessing. His identity as a rank 3 alchemist had long been known in the outside world. Who knew if this old man in front of him would link it to him? If his identity was exposed at that time, it would not be a good thing for Xiao Yan. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the old man seemed to have been startled awake from a dream. He hurriedly recovered his senses, smiled embarrassedly, and continued to speak. Mister, the reason why this old man asked if you were a member of the Alchemist Alliance was actually because of 2 points. This old man will not say more about the first point. As for the second point, that Su Yao is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. She is a member of the Alchemist Alliance? Xiao Yan's eyes shrunk slightly and his eyebrows twitched slightly. His face could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Although that girl's talent was not bad, she was merely a Tier 9 alchemist. Moreover, her nature was not good. How could she enter the Alchemist Alliance? Perhaps it is more accurate to say that her grandfather is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. After which, Zhuangzhong immediately opened his mouth to explain. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan finally understood in his heart. No wonder that girl was so unreasonable. It turned out that she actually had a grandfather who was in the Alchemist Alliance as her backing. If it was in the past, her grandfather would indeed not be considered much. However, it was rumored that not long ago, that fellow was actually lucky enough to break through to a rank 3 alchemist. Only then did his life flourish. Zhuangzhong slowly said. There was a disdain in his words. A person who had just broken through to a rank 3 alchemist relied on the backing of the Alchemist Alliance to pamper his younger generation. Just by looking at that girl, her elder was likely not much better. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly the instant Zhuangzhong's words left his mouth. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered in his heart. Similarly surnamed Su, and also a rank 3 alchemist who broke through not long ago, could it be him? Zhuangzhong's words caused Xiao Yan to recall a person. That person was the rank 2 alchemist he had met in the Thousand Medicine House when he first went to Yen City. The latter had once claimed that he was about to step into a rank 3 alchemist. At that time, because of Murong Qianqian, Xiao Yan had even made a move against him. However, he did not expect that today, enemies would meet on a narrow road. Is the person elder is talking about called Su Songming? Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth, causing Zhuangzhong's expression to be startled. Zhuangzhong's eyebrows twitched slightly as he opened his mouth in surprise. Why, Mr. knows him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes as he said in a serious voice. Not only do we know each other, we can be considered to have some dealings.